The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? There is a quorum present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by the chaplain.
Almighty ever-living God, you who grant peace to the troubled, refreshment to the weary, comfort to the afflicted, look with favor on those gathered here this morning and all who will serve this state today. Renew their spirits, Lord, that they may recall the calling that you have laid upon their hearts, that they may know that you never depart from their side. May your Holy Spirit of harmony, serenity, and charity reside here, that there may be peace within this house and your peace within our hearts. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. The chair recognizes Mr. Carl Tepper of Lubbock County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States flag and the Texas flag.
Please join me in the great tradition of the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Mr. Lambert because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Stuckey. Please excuse Mr. Herrero because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Martinez Fisher. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Alfred Wettermark from Fort Worth. He's from my district as our doctor of the day. Please welcome Dr. Wettermark. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today upon first adjournment in room 3W15 and a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Higher Education will meet today upon first adjournment in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, and a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1260 by Lopez Aber, congratulating Dr. Brian Woods on his retirement as Superintendent of Northside ISD.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez Aber to explain the previously adopted resolution.
Thank you, Speaker, members, and guests in the gallery. It's a real honor this morning to have an opportunity to recognize an individual that I've had a long-standing relationship with professionally, personally, and he's just an all-around good guy in San Antonio, and I'm not the only one that believes that. There's an awful lot of folks that do. His name is Dr. Brian Woods, Northside Independent School District Superintendent. Dr. Brian Woods has announced his retirement at the end of this school year in June. We're all saddened by it, but glad that he was in our environment and certainly left it a better place. Dr. Woods has served as superintendent of the fourth largest school district in the state of Texas since July 2012. Dr. Woods has a long history of service in Northside, starting as a social studies teacher back in 1992 and rising to the position through positions of increasing responsibility, including assistant principal, vice principal, principal, assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, and of course, now superintendent. During his tenure, Northside ISD has experienced significant growth, including the addition of 13 new schools, 5 new specialized magnet programs with student enrollment of over 102,000 students, and more than 14,000 employees, a very large enterprise, as you can tell. Dr. Woods was instrumental in securing voter approval for 3 school bonds totaling over $2.4 billion, which have been used to address growing enrollment and renovate the improve aging schools and facilities in our district. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to education, Dr. Woods was named the 2018 Texas Superintendent of the Year by the Texas Association of School Boards, and we're all grateful and recognize that is a very well-deserved recognition. Dr. Woods currently serves as president of the Texas School Alliance, and his leadership and dedication will be missed by the entire Northside ISD community, and I would say the entire county and the entire state will miss his leadership. I suspect that he will be in a position to be able to continue to help move his passion forward in education. I'd like to ask for him and those folks that are in the gallery with him to stand and be recognized. If you'll join me in a round of applause. Anybody want to say anything else? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we are ready to begin the consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside the rail. The chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
H.R. 1316 by Leo Wilson, Dylan Windsor. H.R. 1317 by Leo Wilson, Chambers County. H.R. 1318 by Hernandez, Diana Perez Gomez. H.R. 1319 by Munoz, Hidalgo Early College High School Boys Soccer Team. H.R. 1320 by Harrison Williamson, Georgetown High Girls Soccer Team. H.R. 1321 by Harrison Williamson, Belandro Brochi. H.R. 1335 by Leo Wilson, Robotics Team. H.R. 1336 by Guerra, Tent on Wheels. H.R. 1337 by Guerra, Sherryland High School Boys Soccer. H.R. 1338 by Hinojosa, Monica Munoz Martinez. H.R. 1339 by Leo Wilson, Industrial Commissioning Consultants International. H.R. 1344 by Canales, Texas Ranger Lieutenant Roland A. Villarreal Jr. H.R. 1345 by Canales, Harvest Christian Academy. H.R. 1346 by Canales, Edinburgh High School Cheerleading. H.R. 1347 by King of Hemphill, Chris Coding. H.R. 1348 by King of Hemphill, J. Tom Fisher. H.R. 1349 by King of Hemphill, Robert Vargas. H.R. 1352 by King of Hemphill, Clarendon High School Boys Basketball. H.R. 1353 by Fraser, Selena High School Girls Soccer. H.R. 1355 by Leo Wilson, East Chambers High School Track. H.R. 1356 by Fraser, Community Impact. H.R. 1357 by Jaton, Jason Haug. H.R. 1358 by Fraser, Lisa Roskins. H.R. 1359 by Fraser, Margie Rapper. H.R. 1360 by Fraser, McKinney High School. H.R. 1361 by Fraser, Prosper High School Eagle Production Group. H.R. 1362 by Fraser, Prosper Independent School District Bass Fishing Team. H.R. 1363 by Fraser, Tyler Matheson. H.R. 1364 by Fraser, Dr. Rick McDaniel. H.R. 1365 by Fraser, Michael Logan. H.R. 1366 by Fraser, Genesis Ugas. H.R. 1368 by Leo Wilson, Dr. Julia Ramirez. H.R. 1390 by Rodaz, Alec Castillo. H.R. 1391 by Rodaz, Janal Contreras. H.R. 1392 by Rodaz, Irving Benoit. H.R. 1393 by Rodaz, Dimitri Lingi. H.R. 1394 by Rodaz, Denise Ayusa Sigala. H.R. 1395 by Rodaz, Marislava Ruiz Sanchez. H.R. 1396 by Rodaz, Mallory Ben Meter. H.R. 1397 by Rodaz, Maria Fernanda Corral Barrera. H.R. 1398 by Rodaz, Armando Baca. H.R. 1399 by Rodaz, David Zamora. H.R. 1400 by Rodaz, Christian Doby. H.R. 1401 by Rodaz, Matthew Ramirez. H.R. 1402 by Rodaz, Kelsey Van Noy. H.R. 1403 by Rodaz, Lacey Sexton. H.R. 1404 by Rodaz, Madison Luvano. H.R. 1405 by Rodaz, Morgan Gallo. H.R. 1406 by Rodaz, Jessica Tom. H.R. 1407 by Rodaz, Zira Vera. H.R. 1408 by Rodaz, Laya Biharano. H.R. 1409 by Rodaz, Gabriela Munoz. H.R. 1414 by Jatan, Benit Shirviker. H.R. 1415 by Jatan, Sumanpreet Kaur Dosan. H.R. 1416 by Orr, Phyllis Spear Foley. H.R. 1417 by Cole, Russell Miller. H.R. 1419 by Jatan, Emily M. Doan. H.R. 1423 by Jatan, Lucas Chan. H.R. 1425 by Herrero, Mural Una Carta de Amor, a love letter to Corpus Christi. H.R. 1426 by Guerra, Unidos contra la Diabetes. H.R. 1427 by Guerra, Cesar Sevilla Jr. H.R. 1428 by Cunningham, Larsa Crank. H.R. 1429 by Cunningham, Lauren Wilson. H.R. 1430 by Cunningham, Daniel Guzman. H.R. 1443 by Kimple, Eric Craven. H.R. 1444 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Parker Ritchie.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. Members, please take your seats. We're ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
H.R. 457 by Spiller, Rogers Draco Miller. H.R. 1322 by Harrison Williamson, Rosalie Elaine Karp. H.R. 1323 by Harrison Williamson, Richard Roland Lebrun. H.R. 1324 by Harrison Williamson, Pamela Corrier Shoup. H.R. 1325 by Harrison Williamson, Johanna Joby Douglas Guzman. H.R. 1326 by Harrison Williamson, Gloria Newman Poole. H.R. 1327 by Harrison Williamson, Glenda Marine Davy Morrison. H.R. 1328 by Harrison Williamson, Zoe Angela Peterson. H.R. 1329 by Harrison Williamson, Robinson Edward Smith. H.R. 1330 by Harrison Williamson, Mary Elizabeth White Hooten. H.R. 1331 by Harrison Williamson, Mark Wade Atkins. H.R. 1332 by Harrison Williamson, Francis Geraldine Jerry Wilson. H.R. 1333 by Harrison Williamson, Teresa Ibarra Serrano. H.R. 1334 by Harrison Williamson, Linda Alvarado Blanco. H.R. 1341 by Bell of Montgomery, Gordon Keith Rohrbacher Jr. H.R. 1350 by King of Hemphill, Donald David Nizer. H.R. 1351 by King of Hemphill, Tammy Jolene Helton. H.R. 1354 by Hefner, John Frank Abbott. H.R. 1367 by Leo Wilson, Everett Barker Butch Williams. H.R. 1424 by Herrero, Zulima Medina Martinez. H.R. 1445 by Dutton, Alfred Eugene Hagan. SCR 47 by Middleton, Charles Dwayne Crampota.
All those in favor of adoption of the resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are unanimously adopted.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to suspend all the necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1699.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1699 by Lalani, recognizing May 14th, 2023 as Mother's Day.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's very fitting this Sunday we are doing Mother's Day. And just 2 days ago, we also celebrated Mexican Mother's Day. I would like to congratulate all the mothers who are here in the House and also all those. Especially thank you to two ladies. One, the one who brought me in this world, my mother, and the other lady who brought the world to me, my wife. This weekend is Mother's Day, and I want to take a moment to recognize and honor the incredible contribution of the mothers everywhere. Mothers play an irreplaceable role in our lives, shaping us into individuals we are today. Their love, care, sacrifice knows no bound. They are often the unsung heroes of our families and communities, working tirelessly to provide for and nurture their children. As a public servant, I'm acutely aware of the challenges that mothers face in our society today. So today, let us not only celebrate the amazing mothers in our own lives, but also commit to creating the world that values and supports them. There is a saying, if you educate your son, he will become a father and educate his family. But if you educate your daughter, she will become a mother and educate the world. Let us work together to build a brighter future for all the families where each mother can thrive and every child can reach to their full potentials. Happy Mother's Day to all the amazing mothers out there. Thank you, and I move for adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Members, we're ready to begin consideration of the local consent resolution calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it is reached on the calendar. The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain House Bill 198.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill
Members, you've heard
eliminates-
explanation of House Bill 198. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 198. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 198 by Noble relating to
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 198. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 198 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain House Bill 287.
Thank you, Mr.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 287. There's objection to consideration. The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 287. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 287 by Johnson of
Question
Dallas.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 287. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 287 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Bazoot to explain House Bill 554.
Votes.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 554. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 554. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 554 by
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 554. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 554 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain House Bill 581.
Property taxes.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 581. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 581. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 581 by Raymond.
Members, you've heard the question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 581. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 581 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bazoot to explain House Bill 630.
Lifeguards.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 630. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 630 by Basu relating to the provision of lifeguards.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Basu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Basu to explain the amendment.
Move adoption.
Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. So ordered. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 630 as amended. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 630 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain House Bill 654.
Hospitals.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 654. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 654. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 654.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 654. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 654 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain House Bill 874.
Thank you, Mr.
Members,
Speaker.
you've
Water
heard the explanation
conservation.
of House Bill 874. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 874. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 874 by Bowers.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 874. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 874 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain House Bill 1055.
Eligibility for
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1055. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1055. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1055
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 1055. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1055 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain House Bill 1120.
Child possession
Members,
orders
you've
for
heard the
children.
explanation of House Bill 1120. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1120 by Cook.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 1120. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1120 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 1132.
Competitive
Members, you've
bidding.
heard the explanation of House Bill 1132. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1132. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1132 by
Question
Spiller.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 1132. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1132 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain House Bill 1191.
Eggs.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1191. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1191. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1191 by
Question
Kane.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 1191. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1191 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain House Bill 1311.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1311. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1311. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1311 by Dutton.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 1311. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1311 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain House Bill 1340.
Veterans Medical
Members,
License.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1340. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1340. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1340 by
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1340. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1340 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain House Bill 1353.
Sheriff.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1353. Is there objection and consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1353. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1353.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 1353. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1353 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain House Bill 1798.
Community care.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1798. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1798. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1798.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1798. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1798 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain House Bill 1864.
Construction
Members,
trust.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1864. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1864. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1864 by Slauson.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1864. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1864 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain House Bill 2058.
Brownsville.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2058. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2058. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2058 by
Question
Gomez.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2058. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2058 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain House Bill 2085.
Fireworks.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2085. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2085. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2085 by
Question
Landgraf.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2085. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2085 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain House Bill 2097.
Peace officer
Members, you've heard the
investigation.
explanation of House Bill 2097. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2097. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2097.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2097. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2097 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain House Bill 2149.
Patient rights.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2149. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2149. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2149.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2149. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2149 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain House Bill 2270.
In memory of Claire Wright.
Members,
Thomas.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2270. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2270. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2270 by Moody.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2270. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2270 is passed to engrossment. Without objection, House Bill 2357 will be deferred till the end of the local consent calendar. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain House Bill 2382.
Precious metal.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2382. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2382. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2382.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2382. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. House Bill 2382 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain House Bill 2586. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2586. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2586. 2586. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2586 by
Question
Biden.
occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2586. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2586 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain House Bill 2626.
Campaign finance
Members, you've
reports.
heard the explanation of House Bill 2626. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2626. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2626 by Tepper.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2626. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2626 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain House Bill 2645.
Foster
Members,
care.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2645. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2645. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2645
Question
by
occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2645. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2645 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain House Bill 2815.
Conservation.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2815. Is there objection and consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2815. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2815 by Jatan.
The following local consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jatan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the amendment.
Domains.
Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage of House Bill 2815 as amended to engrossment. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2815 as amended is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain House Bill 2816.
Special districts.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2816. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2816. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2816.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2816. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2816 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain House Bill 2907.
Prevention.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2907. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2907. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2907.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2907. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2907 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to explain House Bill 2919.
Guardian ad litem.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2919. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2919. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2919.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2919. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2919 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain House Bill 2947. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2947. There's objection to consideration. The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2947. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 29.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 2947. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2947 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain House Bill 2993.
Property.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2993. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2993. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 29.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 2993. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2993 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Flores to explain House Bill 3005.
Pseudonym.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3005. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3005. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 30.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3005. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3005 is passed to engrossment. Members, without objection, without objection, House Bill 3058 will be deferred to the end of the local and consent calendar. The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain House Bill 3091.
Thank you, HB.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3091. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3091. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3091.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3091. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3091 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 3191.
Hospital
Members,
districts.
you've heard the explanation. House Bill 3191. Is there objection and consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3191. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
3191.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3191. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3191 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain House Bill 3207.
Ag Advisory
Members,
Board.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3207. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3207. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3207.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3207. Is there objection to consideration? This on passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3207 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain House Bill 3327.
Birds are not real.
Members, you've heard the explanation. House Bill 3327. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3327. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 33.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3327. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3327 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain House Bill 3335.
Peace officers, workers' comp.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3335. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3335. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3335.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3335. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3335 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain House Bill 3380.
Child custody
Members,
transfer.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3380. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3380. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3380.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3380. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3380 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain House Bill 3386.
Clean up criminal
Members,
courts.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3386. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3386. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
3386.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3386. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3386 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to
Court
explain
administration.
House Bill 3388. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3388. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3388. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3388.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3388. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3388 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain House Bill 3424.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've
Members,
heard the
I'd like to take a
explanation of
little
House Bill
time.
3424. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3424. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3424.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3424. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3424 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 3428, has been withdrawn by the author. Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain House Bill 3434.
Harris County Jail.
Members,
Move
you've heard the
passage.
explanation of House Bill 3434. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3434. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
3434.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3434. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3434 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain House Bill 3465.
County.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3465. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3465. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3465.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3465. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3465 is passed to engrossment. Without objection, House Bill 3610 will be moved to the end of the local and consent calendar. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain House Bill 3613.
Capital
Members,
Guerrero.
you've heard
kill
the
breakfast
explanation of
balls.
House Bill 3613. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3613. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3613.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3613. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3613 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Johnson of Harris because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Manuel. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain House Bill 3691.
Tax exemptions.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3691. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3691. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3691.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3691. Is there objection? Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3691 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain House Bill 3768.
What is a Dow?
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3768. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3768. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3768.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3768. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3768 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain House Bill 3786.
Mr. Speaker, 3786.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3786. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3786. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3786.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3786. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3786 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain House Bill 3787.
Message signs.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3787. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3787. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3787.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3787. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3787 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain House Bill 3824.
Agreed to
Members,
bill.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3824. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3824. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3824.
The question occurs on passage. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions? I will.
Which gentleman, Mr. Wu? or Miss Click was the last person.
Yeah.
Miss, we're in between bills. Which person did you want to speak to?
Just 1 second.
Thank you. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3824. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3824 is passed to engrossment. Members, as a friendly reminder, if you have objection to a bill or wish to speak, please wait until we have laid the bill out to express your objection. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 3882.
Yes, Veterans Treatment
Members,
Court.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3882.
Speaker.
Is there, Mr. Wu, for what purpose? For what purpose, Mr. Wu? Thank you, Mr. Wu. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3882. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3882. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3882 by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield to answer a few questions about legislative intent?
Mr. Wilson, would
I
you
will.
yield? He will, Mr. Wu. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, Representative Wilson, this is a very good bill to address issues that you're having in your county and some other counties, correct?
That is correct.
And some of the issues are that many veterans who are requesting to be sent to Veterans Court are being ignored.
Yes, there are
And
some, yes, sir.
because part of this process requires that the DA's office approves the transfer to the Veterans Court. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so what your legislation does is basically says that the DAs don't respond or they say no, that the veteran could still ask the court itself, hey, we're going to bypass the DAs and allow this to go and ask the judge to go to the Veterans Court. Is that correct?
Right. The treatment court judge in that jurisdiction, it essentially appeals to them. That's correct.
And because of a drafting error, this bill would also now rope in first-degree felonies, capital murders, and all things like that.
And that's not the intent.
And so is it your intent, once this bill goes over to the Senate, is it your intent to fix this bill so that it does not include first-degree felonies, capital murders, children being sexually assaulted? Is that your intent?
Absolutely, and we appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, and thank you for
Yes.
giving your word and making sure that change is made. This is a good piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your help.
Yes, sir, Mr. Wu.
I ask that our conversation be reduced to writing and
Members,
placed
you've
in the
heard the
journal for
motion.
purposes
Is
of
there any
legislative intent.
objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Thank you, Mr. Wu.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 3882. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3882 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 3945. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Representative Clardy to explain Senate Bill 1850.
Better name, presiding
Members,
officer.
you've heard
Bill.
the explanation of Senate Bill 1850. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1850. The clerk lays out Senate Bill 1850. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1850 by
Question
Flores.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1850. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1850 is passed to third reading. Representative Clardy moves to lay House Bill 3945 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain House Bill 4020.
Healthy inmates.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4020. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4020. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4020 by
Question
Howard.
occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 4020. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4020 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Allen to explain House Bill 4156.
Mr. Speaker, this is for
Members,
licenses
you've heard
for
the explanation of
psychologists.
House Bill 4156. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4156. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4156.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4156. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4156 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain House Bill 4158.
Senior citizen
Members, you've heard the
homestead
explanation of House Bill 4158. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4158. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
4158.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4158. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4158 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 4255, the Senate companion, is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain Senate Bill 1716.
Airports.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1716. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1716. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1716 by
Question
Zachary.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1716. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 17 is passed to third reading. Mr. Gertis moves to lay House Bill 4255 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 4282, has been withdrawn by the author. The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain House Bill 4301.
Cleaning up deadlines.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4301. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4301. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4301 by
Question
Schofield.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4301. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4301 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 4307, the Senate companion, is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain Senate Bill 887.
Maxwell.
Members,
Mud.
you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 887. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 887. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 887 by
Question occurs
Zachary.
on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 887. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 887 is passed to third reading. Mr. Representative Gertis moves to lay House Bill 4307 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain House Bill 4373.
Regional water
Members,
plan.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4373. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4373. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 43.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4373. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4373 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 4431.
Accreditation.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4431. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4431. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
4431.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4431. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. House Bill 4431 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain House Bill 4542.
El Paso Electric.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4542. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4542. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4542.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4542. Is there objection? Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4542 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 4552, has been withdrawn by the author. The chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain House Bill 4621.
Reconsidering
Members,
elections.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4621. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4621. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4621.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4621. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4621 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain House Bill 4627.
Visit verification.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4627. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. House Bill 4627 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain House Bill 4722.
Tuition assistance.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4722. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4722. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 47.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 4722. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4722 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain House Bill 4752.
Rosenwald.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4752. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4752. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 47.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4752. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4752 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain House Bill 4805.
Certain cricket
Members,
events.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4805. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4805. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4805.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4805. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4805 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain House Bill 4819.
Quality.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4819. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4819. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4819.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4819. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4819 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain House Bill 4846.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a metropolitan.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4846. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4846. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4846.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4846. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4846 is passed to engrossment. Without objection, House Bill 4878 will be deferred to the end of the local and consent calendar. The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain House Bill 4897.
Catfishing.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4897. There's an objection to consideration. The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4897. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4897.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 4897. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4897 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain House Bill 4922.
Emergency
Members,
services.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4922. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4922. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4922.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4922. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4922 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain House Bill 4989.
User-friendly power
Members,
medical
you've
power
heard the
training.
explanation of House Bill 4989. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4989. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4989.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4989. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4989 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 5004. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain Senate Bill 1780.
Catch the witness.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1780. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1780. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1780.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1780. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1780 is passed to third reading. Representative Capriglione moves to lay House Bill 5004 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Blasey to explain House Bill 5007. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5007. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5007, and the clerk will read the bill.
HB 5007.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5007. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5007 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey Dr. Stuckey to explain House Bill 5105.
For Andy
Members,
Blaine.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5105. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5105. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5105.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5105. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5105 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain House Bill 5121.
Parity.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5121. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5121. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
5121.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5121. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5121 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain House Bill 5151.
Uber.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5151. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5151. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
5151.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5151. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5151 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 5250, has been withdrawn by the author. The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain House Bill 5312.
147.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5312. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5312. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
5312.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5312. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5312 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 5317. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain Senate Bill 2577. Here he comes.
I apologize, Atascosa County mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2577. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2577. The clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
2577.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2577. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2577 is passed to third reading. Representative King of Uvalde moves to lay House Bill 5317 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Defense and Veterans Affairs will meet today upon first adjournment in room 1W14, Ag Museum, and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain House Bill 5322. Mr. Gertis.
Garfield.
Thank you. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5322. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5322. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
5322.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5322. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5322 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 5327. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Kimple to explain Senate Bill 2579.
Guadalupe County mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2579. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2579. The clerk will read the bill. Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2579. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2579 is passed to third reading. Representative Kimple moves to lay House Bill 5327 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 5331. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Murr to explain Senate Bill 2258.
Fort Stockton City Elections.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2258. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2258. The clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
2258.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2258. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2258 is passed to third reading. Representative Murr moves to lay House Bill 5331 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain House Bill 5333.
252.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5333. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5333. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5333.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5333. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5333 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain House Bill 5340.
Ramos.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5340. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5340. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5340.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5340. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5340 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 5353, the Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain Senate Bill 2599.
Mud pie.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2599. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2599. The clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
2599.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2599. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2599 is passed to third reading. Representative Oliverson moves to lay House Bill 5353 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for an announcement.
Firefly. Oh, yeah, Firefly.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5354. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain Senate Bill 2600. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain Senate Bill 2600.
Firefly.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2600. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2600. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2600.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2600. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 2600 is passed to third reading. Representative Goldman moves to lay House Bill 5354 on table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain House Bill 5356.
I am here. Sorry. Good morning.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5356. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5356. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5356.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frazier.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain the amendment.
All this goes as 2/3.
Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5356 as amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5356 as amended is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain House Bill 5361.
Go Denton County.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5361. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5361. The clerk will read the bill. The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Stuckey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain the amendment.
Dissolution.
Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5361 as amended. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5361 as amended is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain House Bill 5376.
Go Denton County
Members,
again.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5376. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5376. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5376.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Stuckey.
Chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain the amendment.
Lower dissolution.
Is there objection
Move
to
back.
adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5376 as amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Excuse me. House Bill 5376 as amended is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain House Bill 5377.
Morales.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5377. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5377. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question occurs
5377.
on passage to engrossment on House Bill 5377. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5377 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain House Bill 5386.
Creation of a
Members,
mud
you've heard the
district.
explanation of House Bill 5386. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5386. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question occurs
5386.
on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5386. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5386 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain House Bill 5392.
Slauson.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5392. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5392. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5392. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5392 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain House Bill 5396.
The Metcalf lane for
Members,
Stanley
you've
Lake.
heard the explanation of House Bill 5396. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5396. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5396. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5396 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 5397.
51.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5397. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5397. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5397. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5397 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain House Bill 5402.
Mud
Members,
27.
you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5402. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5402. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 54.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5402. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5402 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 5404.
49.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5404. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5404. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 54.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5404. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5404 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain House Bill 5405.
MMD.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5405. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5405. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5305.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 5405. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5405 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain House Bill 5407.
Candy Noble.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5407. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5407. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5305.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5407. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5407 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain House Bill 5409. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5409. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5409. Clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
5409.
occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5409. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5409 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain House Bill 5411.
Mud 1.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5411. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5411. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
5411.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5411. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5411 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain House Bill 5412.
Mud 3.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5412. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5412. The clerk will read the bill.
HB
Question
5412.
occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5412. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5412 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain House Bill 5413.
Mud 2.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5413. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5413. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5413.
Is there objection to consideration? Is there objection? The question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5413. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5413 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 5414.
Mountain Springs.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5414. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5414. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5414.
Members, you've heard the question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5414. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5414 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 5415.
Elm Ford.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5415. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5415. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5415.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 5415. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5414 is passed to engrossment. There are record votes. Members, the next bill requires a record vote, the next resolution. The chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain HCR 104.
Thank you, Mr.
Members,
Speaker.
you've heard the explanation of HCR 104. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out HCR 104. The clerk will read the bill.
HCR 104 by Slauson.
Question occurs on passage of, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 104. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye, please. There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 104 is adopted. Chair the chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain House Resolution 435.
Cardiovascular.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Resolution 435. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Resolution 435. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 435 by Raymond.
The question occurs on the adoption of House Resolution 435. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye, please. Ms. Morales, Shaw voting aye, please. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, the HR 435 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain Senate Bill 241.
Biosimilars.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 241. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 241. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 241 by Perry.
The question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 241. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 241 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain Senate Bill 577.
Food service.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 577. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 577. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 577.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 577. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 577 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain Senate Bill 594.
RV Park.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 594. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 594. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 594.
The question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 594. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 594 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain Senate Bill 768.
We've assumed control.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 768. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 768. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 768 by
Question
Parker.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 768. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 768 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Basut to explain Senate Bill 801.
Members, you've heard the
Members,
explanation
you've
of
heard
Senate
the
Bill.
explanation of Senate Bill 801. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 801. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 801 by
Question
Hughes.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 801. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 801 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain Senate Bill 811.
Information disclosure.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 811. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 811. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 811 by
Question
Goldhorst.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 811. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 811 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain Senate Bill 825.
Deadline extension.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 825. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 825. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 825 by
Question
Betancourt.
occurs on passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 825. On passage to third reading of Senate Bill 825. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 825 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain Senate Bill 943.
Notices.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 943. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 943. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 943.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 943. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 943 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain Senate Bill 1032.
Certificate.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1032. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1032. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1032 by
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1032. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 1032 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain Senate Bill 1186.
Brian Manning.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1186. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1186. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1186 by
Question
Hughes.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1186. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1186 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain Senate Bill 1250. Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1250. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1250. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1250 by
Question
Betancourt.
occurs on passage to to third reading of Senate Bill 1250. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1250 is passed to engrossing. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain Senate Bill 1381 in detail.
Exemptions for Speaker Guerin. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1381. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1381. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1381.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1381. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1381 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier. The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain Senate Bill 1413.
This is a good firefighter
Members, you've
bill.
heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1413. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1413. The clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
1413.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1413. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1413 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Anderson, or Doc Anderson, to explain Senate Bill 1420. Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1420. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1420. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1420.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1420. Is there objection? Chair hears none. 1420 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain Senate Bill 1592.
Radiation.
Thank you, members. You've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1592. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1592. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1592 by Lamontia.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1592. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 1592 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain Senate Bill 1612.
Court costs.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1612. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1612. Clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
1612.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1612. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1612 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain Senate Bill 1801.
Homestead exemption.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1801. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1801. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1801.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1801. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1801 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain Senate Bill 1809. Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1809. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1809. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1809 by
Question
Sparks.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1809. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1809 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain Senate Bill 1869.
TxDOT.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 1869. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1869. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1869.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1869. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1869 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain Senate Bill 2102.
Inspections.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2102. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2102. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2102 by Miles.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rainey.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain the amendment.
Clean up.
Member, is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2102 is amended. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2102 is passed as amended, is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain Senate Bill 2123.
UT Medical
Members,
School.
you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2123. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2123. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 21.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2123. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2123 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain Senate Bill 2124.
Math pathways.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2124. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2124. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2124.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2124. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2124 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain Senate Bill 2261.
Streamlining training.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2261. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2261. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2261.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2261. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2261 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain Senate Bill 2294.
Take this first.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2294. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2294. The clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
2294.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2294. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2294 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain Senate Bill 2355.
Arbitration.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2355. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2355. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2355.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2355. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2355 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain Senate Bill 2566.
Free State of
Members, you've
Multnomah
heard
County.
the explanation of Senate Bill 2566. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2566. The clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
2566.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2566. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2566 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain Senate Bill 2576.
Caldwell
Members,
County.
you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2576. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2576. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2576.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2576. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2576 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain Senate Bill 2583.
Last dance,
Members,
last chance
you've
for
heard
love.
the explanation of Senate Bill 2583. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2583. The clerk will read the bill.
SB
Question
2583.
occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2583. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 2583 is passed to third reading.
No, it's a House.
Mr. Thompson, for what purpose?
Some questions for Representative.
We don't have anybody up at this time.
Okay, well, you ask.
No, well, you were standing there. That's why
Well,
I asked.
I'm waiting.
Members, we're going back to the bills that were postponed to the end of the calendar. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3610. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Clardy to explain Senate Bill 1506.
Sam's Law Caesar.
Members, you've heard the
Plan.
explanation of Senate Bill 1506. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1506. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1506 by
Question
Hughes.
occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1506. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1506 is passed to third reading. Representative Clardy moves to lay Senate Bill 3610 on the, or House Bill 3610 on the table subject to the call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain House Bill 3058.
Emergency care.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3058. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3058. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3058.
Question occurs on passage to passage to engrossment, House Bill 3058. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3058 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Rogers, Dr. Rogers, to explain House Bill 4878.
ESDs.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4878. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4878. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4878 by Rogers.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Thompson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Dr. Rogers, would you yield?
I yield to my friend and colleague, Representative Thompson.
He does yield.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rogers. I appreciate that very much. I want to clarify a few things in the bill just for legislative intent. Does your bill give an Emergency Service District Board of Commissioners the exclusive authority to determine what emergency service a political subdivision may provide?
Representative Thompson, in the committee substitute, I think it clarified that the purpose of the bill was to just protect reductions in service and encourage partnerships between ESDs and municipalities.
Okay. One of the concerns that some of my cities have, come back to me with is in their ETJs, where there is some overlapping with ESDs and that sort of thing, they're a little bit concerned about the fact that the ESDs will be able to, I guess for lack of a better word, have a control over what emergency service is provided there, even though the city might have the ability to be able to provide it. That's what they're having the biggest heartburn about.
Yeah, I think in the committee substitute, it clearly provides the ability of a city to continue providing services within that ESD.
All right. So the ESD boards, which most of the ESD boards are appointed.
That's correct.
By the county commissioners, they would not have the ability to overrule elected officials when it comes to these emergency services.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Thompson, for what purpose?
Could the comments between Representative Rogers and I be reduced to
Members,
writing
you've
and
heard
placed
the
in
motion.
the
Is there
journal
any
for
objection?
legislative
The chair
intent?
hears none, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4878. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4878 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain House Bill 2357.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, never before have we gotten a bill regarding the high-speed rail onto the House floor, not at least since I've been here. This is an idea that started on a napkin piece and didn't really develop much further than that, other than having a lot of money behind it, a lot of investment. And so they began to tell my constituents that they are a railroad and began using the threat of eminent domain to try to acquire property for this high-speed rail, knowing full well at the time and having a district court opinion saying that they are not a railroad and they do not have the right of eminent domain.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Thompson, I'm going to lay the bill out now, and then it'll be time for questions. Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4878. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4878. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2357 by Harris of Anderson.
Chair Chair laid out House Bill 2357, and the clerk did read the bill. The chair right now recognizes Mr. Harris and Ms. Davis. For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I intend to speak 10 minutes on this bill.
Ms. Davis, would you come to the front? Chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that I'm reluctantly having to talk down Chairman Harris's bill. And before everyone think there's an issue between us, I'd like to establish there's not an issue between us. There's just an issue with regard to the policy that we don't share the same position on. I'm from the Dallas, North Texas region, and while we don't have a high-speed rail, it has been known that Texas is an ideal place to have high-speed rail in the state of Texas. There have been many plans, many millions of dollars spent, and we continue to struggle with trying to bring high-speed rail to Texas. Chairman Harris has a bill where he's asking for information regarding the project. And this is not about the project as much as I want to make sure that we leave this corridor of work available to the state of Texas. If and when we are able to get this project off the ground, it's important that we don't over-regulate it before it comes to fruition. His issue has to do with a previous entity that came together to put the high-speed rail. I'm concerned that high-speed rail might be done by other vendors or people or companies, and we want to make sure that the state of Texas stays viable as a route and as a program that we can have here in Texas.
Mr. Speaker.
So,
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Would you yield, Ms. Davis?
I will.
She will, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I understand all you're doing is trying to represent your constituents.
That's correct.
All I'm doing is trying to represent my constituents.
And I understand that.
You said a minute ago that your area continues to struggle to bring the high-speed rail. And so I want to ask you if you're aware of what my area has experienced as a result. Are you aware that there are hundreds of families who have fifth, sixth generational family land that will be bisected, rendering parts inaccessible without diverting for 30 minutes to get around to the other side?
And as I said to you, Chairman Harris, I do believe that there's lots of options out there. I know that there's many studies going on in terms of how to minimize the impact to land. I'm not advocating for the process that's been in place. I'm not saying that it was done the most efficient way. I'm suggesting, though, that high-speed rail is something that we need to be concerned about as we grow as fast as we're growing in Texas. We don't need to cut off any kinds of projects that will help move people around, that will help alleviate congestion, that will help our economy, and this project can do that. We've been, over the years, studying the value in terms of the jobs it could bring, the opportunities, business opportunities that it will bring. And so my concern is your bill will limit those that might be potential investors who want to come in and invest in a high-speed rail project.
Yes, ma'am.
Currently,
I understand that, but everything that you're suggesting is at the expense of my constituents. And so I have a duty to fight and make sure that there is transparency in the process. And so I'd like to ask just a series of questions on this particular bill that is in front of us today. Regarding the high-speed rail project, I know we can't engage in personality, so I will not name the entity. Do you know whether or not that current entity has a functioning board of directors?
And as I said to you earlier, my earlier comment, and even during the committee hearing, I don't condone or think it's necessarily the best partner with what's going on with high-speed rail to date. I think that there are other people looking at it. I think that it might not shape up the same way. I'm not suggesting that they've been, I think the request you made of them in terms of information regarding transparency is fair. I'm not speaking in favor of them. I'm speaking in favor of high-speed rail projects in general and what the potential will be for our community and how we are able to, if we were able to maximize this opportunity, what it would mean to the state of Texas. I am not in any way trying to defend previous investors or companies. I'm just defending the need to have this transportation tool in Texas. We now enjoy a relationship with Amtrak as it relates to moving people around. We're growing so fast. High-speed rail offers us an additional opportunity to disperse and move people around. I just don't want us to, before we can get it done, we have overregulated, and I don't want to say overregulated. I think it's fair that people know what's going on. But I think it's important that we realize investors at the amount of money that it takes to put this project together could potentially shy away if we have put onerous regulatory requirements on them before they even get started. That's my concern. And again, I want to reiterate, I think this is good for Texas, not just for my region. Certainly, we're one of the locations that would potentially start from, going from Dallas to Houston, but it's an opportunity for the entire state of Texas for us to be realized nationally as probably the kind of quarter that high-speed rail will benefit. I would hate for us to inadvertently trying to get at a particular entity, limit our ability as a state. And so I'm just trying to make sure we leave those options available to us. I think it's unconscious that you've not been able to get the information you want. I think Chairman of Transportation indicated he would be requesting that information, and he expected them to respond to them. I really respect and appreciate what you're trying to do, but I think it goes far enough that would potentially hurt our investments, our potential investors in the long run, and we could potentially lose the opportunity to get the project. The federal government has put money out there for not only public entities, but private entities to draw down funds, so there will not be a private deal like you're talking about. It might take the shape of a public-private where the public owns it. The notion of high-speed rail is not tied to one entity. It's tied to people that want to see transportation move. And I'm thinking that if we don't leave that open, we will have no investors really seriously looking at it. And
But
as you
to-
know,
to your point,
let me just
all,
make this one
all
point.
we have is the experience of one entity right now. And admittedly, as many members have admitted it, the way this has been handled has been egregious to this point. That's the particular purpose why we need this legislation for transparency. If we're having a project that started as $10 billion and is now over $40 billion, then for the sake of the people of Texas, we've got to put some transparency in place to make sure that everyone is treated fairly in the process. That was the intent of this bill, and I'm very sorry that you're killing this really good, reasonable piece of legislation today.
And I want to suggest to you, it is not my intent to kill your bill or to kill you from getting information from the previous entity. It is my goal to keep it alive so that any entity that might want to come and do it differently and provide the jobs and the opportunities and move transportation around, it is that opportunity that I'm trying to preserve, not necessarily keep you. And I don't think it's unrealistic for you to continue to, as the chairman said, get information from what they're doing. I don't envision that this prohibits this from you from continuing that effort. But I do believe sincerely, based on everything I know, that if we aren't careful, we can overregulate and keep people out of the mix to come in and potentially put an incredible high-speed rail project together. These quarters.
Members, the debate has exceeded 10 minutes. The bill is contested pursuant to Rule 6, Section 24. The bill is returned to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to have the remarks between myself and Ms. Davis reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Thank you, Mr. Harris. The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico for a motion. The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1730.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1730 by Tallarico, congratulating Patrick Brissett on his retirement as Executive Director of Children's Defense Fund, Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm pleased to recognize the distinguished career of Patrick Brissett, who recently retired as Executive Director of Children's Defense Fund, Texas, closing a 3-decade career dedicated to creating a positive social change for kids and improving the lives of children and families in Texas and across the country. Under his leadership, Mr. Brissett helped secure millions of dollars dedicated to supporting the mission of Children's Defense Fund, Texas, expanded direct child health outreach and enrollment, increased advocacy and organizing efforts on behalf of the uninsured, developed new youth civic education and engagement initiatives, and served as a voice for immigrant children and families. Our state is better because of Patrick Brissett's career in public policy and advocacy. As he embarks on the next chapter of his life, Mr. Brissett may reflect with pride on his contributions to our state and our country. Congratulations, Mr. Brissett. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1707.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1707 by Zwiener, recognizing Juan Miguel Arredondo for his service to the San Marcos CISD Board of Trustees.
The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I hope you will give me a moment of your attention as I honor a long-standing leader in the San Marcos community, who also I now have the privilege of working with in my office here at the Texas Capitol. Miguel Arredondo was elected to the San Marcos CISD School Board when he was at the mere age of 24, 8 years ago. He worked his last school board meeting week before last and has now retired from his elected service, at least for the time being, at the ripe old age of 32. When Miguel was elected, he was the youngest elected official in Hays County. He also was the first ever out LGBTQ official in Hays County. When he was on the school board, he was a leader of initiatives to raise wages for full-time school employees, improving benefits for educators, and guaranteeing free breakfast and lunch for all students in his district. I am now honored that he has chosen to bring his talents to Texas House District 45 and to this Capitol, and I'm grateful for his service, previous service for the San Marcos School District and for his continued service in my office. Miguel, I appreciate your work, and I look forward to seeing what adventures we go on together next. Members, I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Members, the House will stand adjourned until 12 o'clock. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Show Mr. Hunter as being present, please. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Representative Harris moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. It is so ordered. Representative Harris moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolution calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Representative Harris moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion prevails. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 198. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 198 by Noble relating to vehicle safety inspections of certain travel trailers.
The chair recognizes Representative Noble to explain the bill.
Cutting government red tape.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 198. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 198 is finally passed. Members, their lunch is being served in the back hall. And now, the chair lays out on third and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by record vote that just recorded on House Bill 198. The clerk will read the bills.
HB 287 by Johnson of Dallas, HB 554 by Basu, HR 580, HB 581 by Raymond, HB 630 by Basu, HB 654 by Bales, HB 874 by Bowers, HB 1055 by Turner, HB 1120 by Cook, HB 1132 by Spiller, HB 1191 by Kane, HB 1311 by Dutton, HB 1340 by Frank, HB 1353 by Martinez, HB 1798 by Howard, HB 1864 by Slauson, HB 2058 by Gomez, HB 2085 by Landgraf, HB 2097 by Emanuel, HB 2149 by Gervin Hawkins, HB 2270 by Moody, HB 2382 by Thompson of Harris, HB 2586 by Button, HB 2626 by Tepper, HB 2645 by Lujan, HB 2815 by Jaton, HB 2816 by Jaton, HB 2907 by Button, HB 2919 by A. Johnson of Harris, HB 2947 by Kane, HB 2993 by Hunter, HB 3005 by Flores, HB 3091 by Lalani, HB 3191 by Spiller, HB 3207 by Murr, HB 3327 by Wu, HB 3335 by Canales, HB 3380 by Cook, HB 3386 by Cook, HB 3388 by Cook, HB 3424 by Frazier, HB 3434 by Reynolds, HB 3465 by Martinez, HB 3613 by Kane, HB 3691 by Hefner, HB 3768 by Busey, HB 3786 by Thompson of Harris, HB 3787 by Thompson of Harris, HB 3824 by Click, HB 3882 by Wilson, SB 1850 by Flores, HB 4020 by Howard, HB 4156 by Allen, HB 4158 by Schofield, SB 1716 by Zaffarini, HB 4301 by Schofield, SB 887 by Zaffarini, HB 4373 by Canales, HB 4431 by Wilson, HB 4542 by Moody, HB 4621 by Bojani, HB 4627 by Click, HB 4722 by Howard, HB 4752 by Gervin Hawkins, HB 4805 by Gonzalez of Dallas, HB 4819 by Martinez, HB 4846 by Davis, HB 4897 by Lalani, HB 4922 by Oliverson, HB 4989 by Bojani, SB 1780 by Parker, HB 5007 by Plisa, HB 5105 by Stuckey, HB 5121 by Turner, HB 5151 by Martinez, HB 5312 by Gates, SB 2577 by Flores, HB 5322 by Gerdes, SB 2579 by Zaffarini, SB 2258 by Blanco, HB 5333 by Gates, HB 5340 by Smith, SB 2599 by Betancourt, SB 2600 by Betancourt, HB 5356 by Frazier, HB 5361 by Stuckey, HB 5376 by Stuckey, HB 5377 by Smith, HB 5386 by Thompson Paris, HB 5392 by Smith, HB 5396 by Metcalf, HB 5397 by Wilson, HB 5402 by Flores, HB 5404 by Wilson, HB 5405 by Raymond, HB 5407 by Smith, HB 5409 by Paul, HB 5411 by Kitzman, HB 5412 by Kitzman, HB 5413 by Kitzman, HB 5414 by Spiller, HB 5415 by Spiller, SB 241 by Perry, SB 577 by Springer, SB 594 by Zaffarini, SB 768 by Parker, SB 801 by Hughes, SB 811 by Colkhorst, SB 825 by Betancourt, SB 943 by Colkhorst, SB 1032 by Colkhorst, SB 1186 by Hughes, SB 1250 by Betancourt, SB 1381 by Eckhart, SB 1413 by Johnson, SB 1420 by Birdwell, SB 1592 by Lamontia, SB 1612 by Zaffarini, SB 1801 by Springer, SB 1809 by Sparks, SB 1869 by Perry, SB 2102 by Miles, SB 2123 by Hughes, SB 2124 by Creighton, SB 2261 by Blanco, SB 2294 by Creighton, SB 2355 by Betancourt, SB 2566 by Zaffarini, SB 2576 by Zaffarini, SB 2583 by Creighton, SB 1506 by Hughes, HB 3058 by A. Johnson of Harris, HB 4878 by Rogers.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Mr. Harris moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there any objection? The chair hears none and it is so ordered. Members, the lunch today has been furnished by Chairman Kemple. He furnished the meat for today's lunch. The chair lays out House Bill 2843 on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2843 by Kemple, relating to the authorization, licensing, and regulation of casino gaming and sports wagering in the state, to the creation, powers, and duties of the Texas Gaming Commission to support the horse racing industry and reform of horse racing and greyhound racing conducted by certain persons, and to other provisions related to gambling, imposing and authorizing administrative and civil penalties, imposing taxes, imposing and authorizing fees, requiring occupational licenses, creating criminal offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kemple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2843 until November 29th, 2023.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion passes. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4771. The clerk will read the bill.
Relating to the creation of tenant legal services offices by local governments to assist low-income residential tenants in eviction cases and in cases involving discrimination based on the tenant's disabilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 9 of the 100 cities in the highest total number of evictions in the nation are in Texas. According to data provided by the National Coalition of Civil Rights to Counsel, tenant representation in eviction cases across the nation averaged 3%, while landlord representation averaged 80%.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Holland, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would you yield Mr. Bojani for questions? He will.
Thank you. Representative Bojani, is this the bill that went down the other day?
That's correct.
And it's been brought up for reconsideration?
That's right.
And I think I voted against your bill last time, didn't I?
I think so.
Will you tell me a little bit? You were so kind to come and talk to us on the floor, work the members, and make sure that we knew what this bill was about. You shared a story about what this bill would actually do to help somebody that works in this building. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah. I have an amazing LessServe director, and she's actually in this building right now. She was in an apartment in Austin, and her landlord basically would not fix the elevators for more than 3 weeks. And she was stranded in her apartment And I was like, God forbid if there was fire, how would she be able to exit? She could not go out to get food or even come to work for us. And so I felt so bad. And after 3 weeks, I had to call the landlord. And then the landlord right away gave her accommodation on the ground floor, which they did not do before. And so I should not have had to make that call. Unfortunately, sometimes disabled folks and people with low income are taken advantage of a lot. And there are bad actors out there. This will just allow a city and a county to start a legal tenant services for disabled and low-income individuals.
And this is one of your staff members?
Absolutely. This is my Lester director.
How long was it before your staff member was able to get back to the building?
I think it was about 3 weeks.
3 weeks of this session?
Yes. In
the
middle of the
long span
busiest
of time.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to thank you for coming over and explaining the bill to me. Sometimes in this room things can get confusing.
Sure.
And when the board lights up, we do different things. I appreciate you explaining it to me, and I look forward to voting for your bill.
Thank you. Thank you. I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage of House Bill 4771. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 107 ayes, 29 nays, House Bill 4771 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2650. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2650 by Howard relating to the continuation and duties of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force and establishment of a mandatory training program for peace officers on responding to reports of child sexual abuse and adult sexual assault.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday that is the final recommendation of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force. When we pass this today, we will have passed all of their recommendations just as we did last session. Very proud of this body for taking this on, and I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2650. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 35 nays, House Bill 2650 finally passed.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3487. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3487 by Turner relating to certain expenditures by public institutions of higher education and university systems that are eligible for certain tax credits.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that simply reauthorized the participation of institutions of higher education and university programs in the Texas Historic Preservation Tax Credit Program. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3487. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 101 ayes and 27 nays, House Bill 3487 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5406. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5406 by Rogers relating to the creation of the Cross Timbers Regional Utility Authority, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments and fees.
Chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 5406 creates the Cross Timbers Regional Utility Authority for Parker, Palo Pinto, and Stevens counties. This is the most important bill of the session for my district, and I need 100 votes. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5406. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 124 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 5406 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5025. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5025 by Zwiener relating to the boundaries of the single-member districts for and vacancies on the Board of Directors of the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District.
Chair recognizes Representative Zwiener to explain the bill.
Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District Cleanup Bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5025. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 103 ayes and 30 nays. House Bill 5025 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 5160. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5160 by Darby relating to the authority of the Board of Directors to select a depository bank for the Westcote County Hospital District.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has to do with the depository relationship, Westcote County Hospital District. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5160. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 121 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 5160 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5359. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5359 by Busey relating to the creation of the Williamson County Development District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain the bill.
Local Bipartisan Development District. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5359. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 105 ayes and 27 nays. House Bill 5359 is finally passed. Chair lays it on third reading House Bill 5375. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5375 by Metcalf related to the creation of the Montgomery County Management District Number 2, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to post assessments, fees, and taxes.
Chair recognizes Representative Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, bill proposed to creation of Municipal Management District be known as Montgomery County Management District Number 2. I move passage.
After the Metcalf lean, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5375. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 128 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 5375 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 361. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 361 by Thompson of Harris relating to the placement on community supervision, including deferred education and community supervision of a defendant who is the primary caretaker of a child.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this gives the judges another tool in the toolbox during sentencing. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 361. As a record vote, clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 98 ayes and 38 nays. House Bill 361 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4172. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4172 by Price relating to the authority of the governing body of a hospital district to vote for candidates for director of the appraisal district in which the hospital district participates.
Chair recognizes Representative Price to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, 4172 adds hospital districts to those able to cast a vote regarding who will serve on local appraisal districts. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage House Bill 4172. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 132 ayes and 4 nays. House Bill 4172 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1164. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1164 by Gervin Hawkins relating to health benefit plan coverage for hair prosthesis for breast cancer patients.
Chair recognizes Representative Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This bill is for Representative Barbara Gervin Hawkins regarding prosthetic devices. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1164. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 85 ayes and 50 nays. House Bill 1164 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 2687. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2687 by Leach relating to the age at which a juvenile court may exercise jurisdiction over a child and to the minimum age of criminal responsibility.
Chair recognizes Representative Leach to explain the bill when he gets there.
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill raises the lower age at which a juvenile court can exercise jurisdiction over a child. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2867. It's a record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Chair Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? 123 ayes and 13 nays. House Bill 2687 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2927. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2927 by Turner relating to quarantine leave for certain public safety employees.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that simply clarifies the rights of public safety employees as it relates to quarantine. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2927. So record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Show Representative Turner voting aye. Show Representative Allison voting aye. Have all voted? There being 91 ayes and 49 nays, House Bill 2927 is finally passed. Chair lays it on third reading. House Bill 4845. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4845 by Allison wins the establishment of a bullying prevention pilot program for public schools.
Chair recognizes Representative Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bullying prevention program, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4845. It's a record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Show Representative Allison voting aye. Have all voted? There being 89 ayes and 51 nays, House Bill 4845 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1452. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1452 by Anchia will end insurance coverage for the disposition of embryonic and fetal tissue remains.
Chair recognizes Representative Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We cannot tell parents who are dealing with a terrible loss of stillbirth that their babies are medical waste. I want to thank Dr. Bonin, Representative Shine, Rose, Flores for being joint authors on this bill. We have passed this bill 141-0 in prior sessions. Members, I would appreciate your favorable support. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1452. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 84 ayes and 51 nays, House Bill 1452 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 4483. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4483 by Lozano will into a study by the Texas A&M Transportation Institution regarding the economic impact of navigation districts on the state and local economies.
Chair recognizes Representative Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill allows the Texas A&M Transportation Institute to assess the economic impact of navigation districts and to individually assess the expenditures for each navigation district in Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4483. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 110 ayes and 29 nays, House Bill 4483 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4069. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4069 by Meyer will into the required disclosure of prices by a veterinarian before providing emergency treatment to an ill or injured animal.
Chair recognizes Representative Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Vet Emergency Pricing Transparency, or also known as the Scout-Meyer Act.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4069. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? I mean, 130 ayes and 7 nays. House Bill 4069, the Scout-Meyer bill, finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1086. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1086 by Hull relating to policies and procedures regarding certain investigations of the Department of Family and Protective Services and certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Representative Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about due process and transparency for families in DFPS investigations and cases. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1086. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? I mean, 131 ayes and 7 nays. House Bill 1086 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1206. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1206 by Guillen relating to a determination of a school district's assets to liabilities ratio under the Public School Financial Accountability Rating System.
Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill carves out recapture from a school district's reported liabilities on Indicator 8 of the School First Rating System. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1206. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? I mean, 125 ayes and 13 nays. House Bill 1206 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4220. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4220 by Clardy relating to the Office of the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman.
Chair recognizes Representative Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this improves transparency, accountability, and consistency for the Ombudsman Program State of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4220. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 114 ayes and 22 nays, House Bill 4220 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 3031. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3031 by Johnson of Dallas relating to a grant program for members of the Texas Military Forces experiencing financial hardship caused by tax withholding error.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Members, this is the military grant program for our armed services, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3031. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Wilson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 132 ayes and 6 nays, House Bill 3031 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 4413. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4413 by Guillen relating to the establishment of a task force to make recommendations for updating the livestock brand registration process.
Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates a brand registration task force. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage House Bill 4413. So record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Have all voted? There being 138 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 4413 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 4759. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4759 by Campos relating to an attack by a dangerous dog, increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Representative Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is bracketed to Bexar County and requires animal authorities to investigate reports of dangerous dogs. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4759. So record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 99 ayes, 34 nays, House Bill 4759 is finally passed. Chair lays it on third reading House Bill 3708. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3708 by Buckley relating to creating an allotment under the Foundation School Program for school districts that allow non-enrolled students to participate in university interscholastic league activities.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3708 allows school districts to receive an allotment for homeschool UIL students.
Question occurs on final passage House Bill 3708. So record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 117 ayes and 21 nays, House Bill 3708 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4250. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4250 by Lalani relating to the right of the clerk of a court to deduct from the amount of the excess proceeds from an ad valorem tax sale of property that the cost of postage for sending to the former owner of the property a notice of the owner's right to claim the proceeds.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will reduce the cost of postage that is imposed on the county budgets by allowing the district clerk to deduct the cost from the excess proceeds from the property owners, ad valorem, and tax sales. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4250. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 124 ayes and 11 nays, House Bill 4250 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4306. Clerk will read the
HB 4306 by DeRazio relating to a study by the Attorney General on linking debit card transactions to bullion in the Texas Bullion Depository.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment. Oh, sorry. Chair recognizes Representative DeRazio to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is a Leprechaun bill, and we have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment. You're not the clerk. You're not the clerk, Mr. Capriglione. Mr. Capriglione, you're not the clerk.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Representative Capriglione to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a third reading amendment that makes a technical correction to the second amendment reading from yesterday.
It's Representative Capriglione sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the authors. Any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative DeRazio. Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4306. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representatives Wiener voting nay. There being 126 ayes and 14 nays, House Bill 4306 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 40. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 40 by Zwiener relating to the authority of a county commissioner court to adopt an exemption from ad valorem taxation by each taxing unit that taxes the property of the portion of the appraised value of a person's property that's attributable to the installation in or on the property of certain water conservation systems.
Chair recognizes Representative Zwiener to explain the bill.
Members, this is the enabling legislation for the HJR. We passed with over 120 votes yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 40. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 108 ayes and 28 nays, House Bill 40 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 3464. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3464 by Cassell relating to creating the criminal offense of tampering with a correctional facility tablet device.
Chair recognizes Representative Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a criminal offense for tampering with correctional facility tablets. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3464. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 107 ayes and 32 nays, House Bill 3464 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 4120. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4120 by Guillen relating to the inspection of the location of a proposed Class 1 injection well.
Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows TCEQ to accept inspection reports from engineers and geoscientists and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4120. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 103 ayes and 33 nays, House Bill 4120 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 211. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 211 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to the regulation of child care facilities and registered family homes, including the provision of services to children with disabilities or special needs.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would enact recommendations from the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 211. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 88 ayes and 51 nays, House Bill 211 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4518. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4518 by Cook relating to the authority of a court to grant a commutation of punishment to certain individuals serving a term of imprisonment and to the victim's rights regarding a motion to grant a commutation.
Chair recognizes Representative Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the enabling legislation for prosecutor-initiated resentencing. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4518. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 128 ayes and 9 nays, House Bill 4518 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 601. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 601 by Jeton relating to deceptive, unfair, or prohibited practices by an insurer.
Chair recognizes Representative Jeton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 601 incentivizes claims to be paid fair value by insurance companies. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 601. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 117 ayes and 18 nays, House Bill 601 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 994. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 994 by Munoz relating to Sheriff's Department civil services systems in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Representative Munoz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this aligns the discipline standards with municipal and county civil service. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 994. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 114 ayes and 25 nays, House Bill 994 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4883. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4083 by Goldman related to the availability of certain working papers and electronic communications of certain administrative law judges and technical examiners under the Public Information Law.
Chair recognizes Representative Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying this bill on behalf of Representative Goldman. I know there's some controversy and questions surrounding this bill. The author just wanted me to tell you to vote your districts. Members, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. House Bill 4883. Thank you, Mr. Record vote. Your districts, members. Clerk will ring the bell. Members, vote my district. Have all voted? My district. There being 92 ayes and 48 nays, House Bill 4883 is finally passed. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 1054. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1054 by Turner relating to the classification of certain construction workers and the eligibility of those workers for unemployment benefits, providing an administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that cracks down on payroll fraud and holds bad actors accountable. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1054. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Chair Representative Gervin Hawkins voting aye. There being 73 ayes and 66 nays, House Bill 1054 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1170. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1170 by Gervin Hawkins relating to policies and standards for providing legal representation to indigent defendants in certain capital felony cases.
Chair recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the right to trial bill dealing with indigent defendants and building the bench for qualified attorneys. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1170. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Chair Representative Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all voted? Being 82 ayes and 58 nays, House Bill 1170 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1215. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1215 by Cook relating to consideration of criminal history of applicants for public employment.
Chair recognizes Representative Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the Fair Chance Hiring Act we heard yesterday. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1215. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Between 116 ayes and 23 nays, House Bill 1215 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1299. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1299 by Noble relating to the signature required on a carrier envelope for a ballot voted by mail, changing the elements of a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This requires ink on paper signature for mail-in ballots. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1299. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 91 ayes and 48 nays, House Bill 1299 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1998. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1998 by Johnson of Dallas, into the regulation of physicians, into the disciplinary authority of the Texas Medical Board, increasing a criminal penalty, imposing a fee.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Members, this is the Medical Board Transparency Bill, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1998. It's a record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Have all voted? There being 124 ayes and 13 nays, House Bill 1998 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Representative Morales of Harris for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Today, I'm pleased to welcome Our Lady of Guadalupe School from House District 145. They're here, I think, in the gallery. Will you please stand? Oh, there they are. 17 students and 10 chaperones came from Houston to visit us today. Thank you so much, and thank you for coming to your Texas capital. Thank you.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 242, HB 598, HB 609, HB 692, HB 1038, HB 1161, HB 1255, HB 1748, HB 1760, HB 1949, HB 2015, HB 3065, HB 3345, HB 3651, HB 4015.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 3119. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3119 by Smithy will into requirements applicable to certain third-party health insurers in relation to Medicaid.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that relates to third-party payments under Medicaid. It's a cleanup bill. I just move for passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3119. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 4 nays, HB 3119 is finally passed. The chair looks out on third reading, HB 1179. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1179 by Ramos, linked to informing the public about the availability of provisions and protective orders, including provisions regarding pets and other companion animals.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures victims of domestic violence seeking a protective order are informed about current provisions regarding service animals and pets. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1179. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ramos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 75 ayes and 66 nays, HB 1179 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading, HB 1875. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1875 by Guillen, into the Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Interstate Compact, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this enters Texas into the Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Interstate Compact. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1875. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, HB 1875 is finally passed. The chair goes out on third reading, HB 2051. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2051 by Sweeney, relating to the compilation and reporting of statistics involving sexual assault victims who receive a forensic medical examination before reporting the assault to law enforcement.
The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain the bill.
Sexual assault forensic medical examination report. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2051. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 48 nays, HB 2051 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading, HB 2171. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2171 by Garrett, relating to the establishment of the Texas Center for Rural Health Education at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley.
The chair recognizes Mr. Garrett to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill we passed yesterday that establishes Texas Center for Rural Health Education and at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2171. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Garrett voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 25 nays, HB 2171 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading, HB 3135. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3135 by Stuckey, relating to the review, adoption, and modification of land development regulations by certain municipalities, counties, and special districts.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Stuckey.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the amendment.
This is a cleanup amendment from Ledge Council. That's all it does. I move adoption.
Dr. Stuckey sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, really grateful to Representative Stuckey for working with me on this amendment that will add concerns about whether or not building codes and development provisions are impeding the use of water conservation and energy conservation technology. Appreciate him taking this. I believe it's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Ms. Weiner sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to close on the bill.
Thank you. The local sunset committees on housing regulations move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 3135. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Should Dr. Stuckey voting aye? Have all members voted? There being 70 ayes and 69 nays. HB 3135 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3371. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3371 by Johnson of Harris, relating to health benefits offered by institutions for higher education to students and their families.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that we passed last night. What it allows is private institutions like Rice University to be able to add their student population into their healthcare plans. It is completely voluntary. It is not anything that has to be done, but it gives them the option to expand their coverage. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passes of HB 3371. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 115 ayes and 26 nays, HB 3371 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2523. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2523 by Canals into the reimbursement of expenses to certain counsel appointed to represent a defendant in a criminal proceeding.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill allows a reimbursement for expenses of certain counsels appointed to represent a defendant. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2523. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2523 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2992. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2992 by Harrison relating to asset forfeiture under the Code of Criminal Procedure.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2992 makes it harder for government to steal your stuff without due process. It's pro-freedom and pro-liberty. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2992. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 25 nays, HB 2992 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3537. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3537 by Manuel relating to a candidate's application for a place on the ballot for a party's primary election.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
This is an election bill so good that Representative Terry Canales voted yes on it and make sure that you only can vote in one primary at a time. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3537. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Chair Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays. HB 3537 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3128. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3128 by Kissman relating to the regulation of on-site sewage disposal systems, including requiring a license for on-site sewage disposal systems pumping technicians.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill to provide better training for pump truck drivers to save children from disaster. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3128. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes and 44 nays, HB 3128 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3264. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3264 by Meza relating to the grounds for removal of a county officers from office.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that provides a definition for intoxication where we did not have one. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3264. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Meza voting aye. Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 12 nays, HB 3264 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3329. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3329 by Timish relating to the investigation or determination of abuse or neglect of a child, elderly person, or person with a disability in the provision of certain services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
Members, this provides clarification to existing statute relating to certain abuse and neglect investigations. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3329. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Timish voting aye. Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3329 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3579. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3579 by Bumgarner relating to the issuance of an emergency order by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation against a massage establishment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows local municipalities to have no tool in their bag to combat human trafficking. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3579. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes and 4 nays. HB 3579 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3581. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3581 by Johnson of Dallas into the regulation by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation of an eyelash extension application training program into the practice of cosmetology by an eyelash specialist license holder.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is about eyelashes. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3581. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes and 63 nays, HB 3581 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3591. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3591 by Shaheen relating to the allocation of low-income housing tax credits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill seeks to raise the developer cap for projects and makes TDHCA more efficient. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 3591. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 11 nays, HB 3591 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4164. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4164 by Cortez relating to the improper use and treatment of an assistance animal or service animal, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4161 is regarding the improper use of service animals. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4164. There's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 14 nays, HB 4164 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3631. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3631 by Lalani relating to a requirement that public institutions for higher education provide certain information regarding mental health services to entering students.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, college is a time for great transition and growth, but it can also be a time of increased stress, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. That's why it's crucial to ensure that college students have access to the support and care they need. But most importantly, make sure they know where to receive the care and support at the time of crisis. I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3631. There's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Dr. Lalani voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 33 nays, HB 3631 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears on so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, and a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 796, Button, sponsored by Betancourt, relating to the creation and maintenance by an appraisal district of a publicly available internet database of information regarding protest hearings conducted by the Appraisal Review Board established for the district. HB 1602, Guillen, sponsored by Zaffarini, relating to performance criteria for the award of adult education and literacy funds. HB 1755, Budden, sponsored by Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Krause. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4399. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4399 by Hayes relating to the plan for the operation of a central counting station.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill institutes best practices for the central count station. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4399. There's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes and 52 nays, HB 4399 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4227. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4227 by Goldman relating to the repeal of a municipal civil service system for firefighters and police officers in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill builds upon protections for our first responders. Vote my district. Members, move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4227. There's record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes and 4 nays. HB 4227 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3686. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3686 by Jones of Harris relating to the automatic expunction of arrest records and files after certain controlled substance offense charges are dismissed.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, an automatic expunction when clean lab results and a dismissal. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3686. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 5 nays, HB 3686 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3858. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3858 by Frazier relating to peace officer wellness programs within certain law enforcement agencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. This is a police mental health unit for our police departments to establish. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 3858. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frazier voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 4 nays, HB 3858 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4398. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4398 by Kitzman relating to the powers and duties of a personal bond or personal bond and pretrial supervision office.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, 4398 sets up a personal bond and pretrial supervision office at the county or the district wants it. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4398. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, HB 4398 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3816. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3816 by Herrero relating to the use of metal or body armor while committing an offense, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Chair Rivera's bill creating an offense for use of body armor and commission of a crime. Move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3816. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes, 22 nays, HB 3816 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4081. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4081 by Clardy relating to the referral of certain proceedings to an associate judge and request for reimbursement of all or part of an associate judge's or interpreter's salary.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this allows our border counties to reimburse or seek reimbursement for part of the salary for judicial or judicial proceedings. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4081. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Clardy voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes, 41 nays, HB 4081 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4253. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4253 by Campos relating to a study on the coverage of certain infants under Medicaid.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
You got it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill instructs HHSC to assess their compliance with mandated coverage of infants born to mothers on Medicaid. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4253. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 81 ayes and 59 nays, HB 4253 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4087. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4087 by Kimball relating to the issuance of a permit authorizing the use of certain temporary on-site sewage disposal systems.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kimball to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Pump and Haul bill, and I believe we have a GO.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leo Wilson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the amendment.
Members, this allows property owners on the peninsula in compliance with all other permitting and engineering rules for a wastewater alternative, and it is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Leo Wilson sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adopted amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4087. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Cortez voting aye. There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, HB 4087 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4506. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4506 by Cortez, relating to health benefit plan coverage for treatment of autism.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 4506 establishes a standard definition for autism spectrum disorder. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4506. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 51 nays, HB 4506 is finally passed. Members, we're waiting on an amendment. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 58, SB 68, SB 294, SB 435, SB 602, SB 604, SB 840, SB 888, SB 1021, SB 1319, SB 1373, SB 1401, SB 1457, SB 1484, SB 1603, SB 1650, SB 1732, SB 2085.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 4090. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4090 by Troxclair will end the use of revenue attributable to the imposition of a hotel occupancy tax by certain counties for certain venue projects in the period for which a certain hotel occupancy taxes may be imposed.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill simply requires the City of Austin to follow through on a 2019 ballot proposition that allocated 2% of hotel occupancy tax funds to Travis County, specifically for the redevelopment of the Exposition Center. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment agreed to by the author.
Mr.
It's
Speaker.
acceptable to the author.
Mr. Hefner, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield for some questions?
I yield.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Hinojosa. Can you explain what this amendment does?
This is an amendment that my city and mayor specifically asked for so that they can pay off their debt with the money that is implicated here.
What city?
City of Austin.
Was there not an election in 2019 that would dedicate these funds to the county for the Expo Center?
There was, recollection serves, an election, but at this point, what I am doing is facilitating a deal between the author and the city to try to move this forward.
But to be clear, did not the voters, by the vote of about 62% in 2019, vote to dedicate these funds to the Expo Center? And does your amendment not delay this for another 10 years?
The amendment is a 10-year delay.
So your amendment delays what the voters of the county voted for an additional 10 years?
I'm not sure if that was specifically where that landed. I have to go back and check. This is agreed to language to move this bill forward.
Okay, I just want to make sure the body understands that the voters of this county voted in 2019 to dedicate these funds, and I don't think they intended for that to be a 10-year delay. Would you think they intended for there to be a delay like that?
I am being completely honest with you to say that I don't recall the specifics of that election and how it pertains to this bill. I'm just trying to facilitate moving this bill forward.
Okay, thank you.
Move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa's amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. Strict enforcement has been requested. Members, vote from your desks, please. And please do not vote for other members. Have all members voted? Take your time, members. Have all members voted? There being 52 ayes and 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair. Ms. Hinojosa,
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this bill, House Bill 4090, under Rule 8, Section 10B.
Please bring your point of order down front. Is Ms. Trox clear on the floor of the House? The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Trox-Clair for a motion.
Make a motion to postpone this bill until June 1st, 2023.
Members of the motion object. The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4376. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4376 by Van Dever relating to self-settled asset protection trust.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill sets up self-settled asset protection trust. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4376. This is record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 13 nays, HB 4376 is finally passed.
That one. Not that one. Yes, this one. Why is that one? Where are we going? All right. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4429. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4429 by Landgraf related to the duty of a school district to enter into an ad valorem tax abatement agreement under the Property Redevelopment and Tax Abatement Act for certain property.
Chair recognizes Representative Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill adds capacity to the grid, and I move passage.
Question occurs on the passage of HB 4429. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes, 43 nays, the bill is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4952. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4952 by Slauson related to the security of the electricity supply chain.
Chair recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will protect the grid against physical attacks. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 4952. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted? All members voted. Being 138 ayes, 2 nays, motion, final passage. Bill passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3159. The clerk would read the bill.
HB 3159 by Leach relating to the use of an accessible absentee mail system by certain voters.
Chair recognizes on third reading Representative Leach. It's Mr. Leach on the floor of the House. Representative Lee, strike his name temporarily. Chair recognizes Chairman Leach as he eats his lunch. Hope it was good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill makes it easier for our disabled Texans to vote while still ensuring voter integrity. Appreciate all those, including Representative Busey, who helped me with this bill. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 3159. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Chairman Leach voting aye. All members voted. All members voted. Being 138 ayes, 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4433. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4433 by Anchia, relating to the treatment of certain residents' homesteads for purposes of the Tax Increment Financing Act.
Chair recognizes Chairman Anchia to explain the bill.
Members, this bill gives property tax relief to legacy homeowners and TIFs. You want to move passage? Move passage.
Say move passage. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4433. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Morgan Meyer voting aye. Show Representative Anchia voting aye. Marianne Perez. Chairman Leach. How you doing, Jeff? Show Representative Leach voting aye. All members voted? All members voted. Being 90 ayes, 50 nays, the bill is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2086. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2086 by Perez, relating to creating a criminal offense for interfering with a motor fuel metering device or motor fuel unattended payment terminal and the prosecution of organized criminal activity involving that conduct.
Chair recognizes Representative Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill prevents criminals from tampering with a gas pump payment terminal or metering device. Yeah.
Move passage.
Good job. Question occurs on final passage of HB 2086. The clerk will read the bill. All members voted. All members voted. Being 142 ayes, 0 nays, the bill finally passes. Clerk lays out on third reading HB 4780. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4780 by Smith, relating to early voting ballots voted by mail.
Chair recognizes on third reading Representative Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that Jared passed yesterday. It gives counties the option to provide a signature sheet in lieu of completing the carrier envelope certificate, which will provide it easier, make it easier for folks to be able to read the mail-in ballots.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4780. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, the motion or the bill finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1138. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1138 by Martinez, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of reckless discharge of a firearm in certain municipalities and counties.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just makes current statute applicable to counties of 500,000 or more and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1138. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 94 ayes, 48 nays, the bill finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4641. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4641 by Meyer, relating to the collection of consumer debt incurred by certain individuals as a result of identity theft.
Chair recognizes Representative Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4641 helps protect victims of human trafficking and domestic violence and those with disability from coerced debt. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4641. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Jones of Dallas voting aye. All members voted. All members voted. Being 141 ayes, 1 nay, the bill finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4498. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4498 by Cook, relating to the transfer and statutory innovation of insurance policies from a transferring insurer to an assuming insurer through an insurance business transfer plan, authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Representative Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. This is the insurance benefit transfer bill that we passed yesterday, and do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook. Amendment by Morales-Shaw. Amendment by Cook.
Chair recognizes Representative Cook to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a request by Texas Department of Insurance. It just covers the cost of reviewing applications. I move adoption.
Mr. Cook sends up an amendment. The amendment accepted to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4498. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Being 140 ayes, 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4687. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4687 by Campos, into the administration of funding for the coordination of mental health, substance use, and public health care services in the state.
Chair recognizes Representative Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates a framework to improve collaboration between mental health, substance abuse, and public health in the critical areas of funding, data sharing, and workforce training. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4687. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 75 ayes, 61 nays, the bill finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4734. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4734 by Lopez of Cameron, relating to a study evaluating the state's business advantages, economic climate, and workforce readiness, and a report on attracting offshore wind energy supply chain industries of the state.
Chair recognizes Representative Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you heard this bill last night, 3 minutes before midnight. This is just simply a study for offshore wind energy and what kind of economic impact it might have. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 4734. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Garcia of Bear voting aye. Representative Lopez of Cameron voted aye. All members voted. All members voted. Being 92 ayes, 51 nays, the bill finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1860. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1860 by Hughes, relating to the adoption of a climate policy and a municipal charter.
Chair recognizes Dean Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill we passed yesterday that had to do with climate charters. I move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1860. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. All members voted. Being 101 ayes, 41 nays, bill finally passes. Chair lays out on third read SB 543. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 543 by Blanco, relating to the conveyance of property by a municipality for the public purpose of economic development.
Chair recognizes Representative Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 543 amends the law to allow the conveyance of land as part of Chapter 380 agreements to create more opportunities to bring business to our state.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 543. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Ordaz voting aye. All members voted. 106 ayes, 37 nay. The bill finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading SB 784. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 784 by Birdwell, relating to the exclusive jurisdiction of the state to regulate greenhouse gas emissions in the state and the express preemption of local regulation of those emissions.
Chair recognizes Chairman Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates a unified and consistent regulatory framework for GHG emissions, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 784. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 99 ayes, 42 nays, the bill finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, SB 1180. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1180 by Perry, relating to civil actions by a civilly committed individual.
Chair recognizes Chairman King of Hemp Hill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1180 seeks to reduce court costs by limiting frivolous lawsuits. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1180. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 135 ayes, 7 nays, the bill finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, SB 773. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 773 by Parker, relating to access to certain investigational drugs, biological products, and devices used in clinical trials by patients with severe chronic diseases.
Chair recognizes Representative Toth to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is Mary Lou's Laws. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 773. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 135 ayes, 5 nays, the bill finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, SB 1155. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1155 by Menendez, relating to the continuation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program by the Bexar County Hospital District.
Chair recognizes Representative Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this relates solely to the agreed extension of the local provider participation agreement involving Bexar County Hospital District and nothing else. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1155. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 118 ayes, 24 nays, the bill finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, SB 1124. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1124 by King, relating to qualifications of a sheriff or a candidate for sheriff.
Chair recognizes Chairwoman Niave Criado to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Senator Phil King's legislation. You know, sheriff is a chief law enforcement officer in our counties. This legislation requires that sheriff candidates obtain their peace officer license prior to putting their name on the ballot. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1124. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. Being 124 ayes, 19 nays, the bill finally passes.
The chair lays out as a matter of postponed business HJR 155. The clerk read the resolution.
HJR 155 by Guerin, proposing a constitutional amendment to foster economic development and job growth, providing funding for education and public safety programs, support the horse racing industry, and reform horse racing and greyhound racing by authorizing casino gaming at destination resorts, authorizing sports wagering, authorizing tribal state compacts with federally recognized Indian tribes, and creating the Texas Gaming Commission to regulate casino gaming and sports wagering, requiring a license to conduct casino gaming, and requiring the imposition of a casino gaming tax, sports wagering tax, and license application fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I do know when it's time to fold them. I move to postpone further consideration of HCR 155 until January 12, 2027.
Members, you heard the motion. Is objecting? Chair has done so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to direct the chief clerk to remove the name of former members listed as a joint or co-sponsor from all Senate measures for the 88th legislature.
Members of the motion, the objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 14. The clerk read the bill.
SB 14 by Campbell, relating to prohibitions on the provision to certain children of procedures and treatments for gender transitioning, gender reassignment, or gender dysphoria, and on the use of public money or public assistance to provide those procedures and treatments.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 14 is a Child Protection Act aimed at ensuring we shield Texas kids from harmful experimentation. Senate Bill 14 prohibits Texas healthcare providers from performing procedures and providing medical treatments for the purpose of gender transitioning, gender reassignment, or gender dysphoria in children. Let me begin by saying there is no high-quality scientific evidence that puberty blockers, cross-sex hormone therapy, or surgery helps children overcome gender dysphoria. On the contrary, 4 separate systematic reviews of the literature indicate that the evidence supporting the use of these treatments for minors experiencing gender dysphoria is of low or very low quality. In addition, European countries that have had robust gender reassignment clinics for many years, having conducted extensive reviews of their outcomes and the literature, found conclusive evidence that although the benefits of puberty blockers and hormone therapy cannot be established, the list of risks grow. Risks including bone demineralization, abnormalities of...
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
If I could finish my layout, I'd be happy to yield for questions.
None at this time.
Risks including bone demineralization, abnormalities of brain and cardiovascular development, strokes, blood clots, chronic pain, infertility, and incontinence are known to accompany these treatments for a lifetime. And as more systematic reviews are done and more countries move away from these risky, unproven medical and surgical treatments for gender dysphoria, there are those in the United States medical community that continue to plow blindly ahead, oblivious to the new evidence that demands a scientific course correction or perhaps in spite of it, led by medical organizations that have become increasingly less representative of American doctors or even hostile to questions of legitimate scientific concern raised by their own members. The standards of American treatments for pediatric gender dysphoria are increasingly on an intellectual island. Children are being harmed as a result of this failure to practice good medicine, so we must act. We've been here before, most recently with the opioid epidemic. Bad medical science took root, became dogma in the absence of high-quality research, and the doctors could not self-regulate. They had been trained to put the patient's own perspective about their pain above all else, even objective signs and symptoms. People were harmed. So we intervened, and lives have been saved. We find ourselves at the same crossroads today. In contrast to experimental medicine and surgery, professional counseling and psychotherapy is a proven alternative that helps children overcome gender dysphoria. And it makes sense, since gender dysphoria is a mental health disorder, not a physical one. In fact, research shows as much as 80% of children with gender dysphoria giving supportive counseling and psychotherapy will come to accept their biologic sex by early adulthood. Finally, I want to talk briefly about parents of kids struggling with gender dysphoria. Senator Campbell and I have heard from many parents who have unfortunately been given the false choice of transitioning their child or watching their child take their own life. In truth, the scientific literature never supported this dichotomy, but it speaks to the degree of irresponsible messaging that many who practice this experimental medicine use. It is my belief that the vast majority of parents put into the untenable position of approving puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for the purpose of treating their child's gender dysphoria are in an incredibly difficult situation that they neither created nor asked for. And they should not be punished in any way under Texas law, which is why Senate Bill 14 prohibits only the prescription and administration of medical and surgical treatments for gender dysphoria in children and does not penalize parents. And I would be happy to yield for questions.
Ms. Click, for what purpose?
I've got some questions for
The gentleman
the
yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
You had mentioned one of the complications is incontinence, and you and I are both medical professionals. Can you explain for our colleagues who might not be familiar with that term, what that means?
Sure. Incontinence is a situation where a person is unable to have control over their own bowel or bladder function. So they wet themselves, they defecate on themselves. And these are known complications. We didn't know this 30 years ago when this was experimental.
And the other question I have is, this is essentially a mental health condition, correct?
It is. Unquestionably a mental health condition.
And we have other examples in history when we have made poor decisions about doing surgical procedures on people to treat mental illnesses.
That's right.
I mean, can you, for our colleagues, give some examples?
No, so medicine actually has a pretty poor track record of using surgery to treat mental health conditions. I think the most recognizable example that most people in the room, on the floor, and in the gallery would recognize is lobotomy for the treatment of schizophrenia or severe depression.
Thank you.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 14 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the bill analysis is inaccurate and
Please bring
misleading.
your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I will raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 14 on the grounds that the background and purpose section of the bill analysis is misleading and violates House Rule 4, Section 32C1.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Johnson, for purpose.
will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to talk about some of the substance of the bill itself.
Okay.
Now, your bill would exclude all access to hormone therapies, puberty blockers, and surgeries for transgendered youth seeking health care. Is that correct?
Under the age of 18, yes.
Okay.
Except in certain...
But I was going to say, but you do have exceptions in the bill, correct?
That's correct.
And so there are exceptions for allowing puberty suppression and blocking drugs for children with precocious puberty. Is that right?
That is an abnormal medical condition, so yes, that's right.
So why is that an important exception?
Because that is an abnormal medical condition as opposed to a mental health condition.
And so what defines it as an abnormal medical condition?
It is a known medical diagnosis where
so-
the hormone production in the body proceeds at an earlier stage in development than it's supposed to, and so it's abnormal.
Well, so you would agree with me then that in that particular situation, it's perfectly acceptable for these medications to be used. Is that right?
For a completely different reason, yes.
But regardless, it's acceptable. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there are other situations where these kinds of medicines would be appropriate. What about children who have to use high-dose chemotherapy? Is that another example where hormone treatment might be appropriate?
I'm not advised, Representative.
Well, you're not advised. You're a medical physician.
Sorry.
So when you have to go through high-dose chemotherapy to treat any conditions of various cancer treatments or whatever, oftentimes hormone replacement therapies are used because that chemotherapy can have a negative impact on that, correct?
That would be a child already under puberty at that point. And we wouldn't be talking about cross-sex hormones either. We would be talking about same-sex hormones. So
Well, there's all
I think
kinds
that's
of
a
hormones.
strong distinction between what we're talking about here.
Not necessarily. I'm asking
No,
if
necessarily. It would be a
no.
completely different scenario.
We are
talking
you are
about
having a bill
we're trying
here.
to restore in that scenario that you describe. You are talking about restoring somebody to a normal endocrine access to normal physiology. This bill is about abnormal, actually intentionally iatrogenically changing somebody's endocrinology
That is
to
your-
other than what it was intended to be.
That is your opinion of what
No,
is
it's not
abnormal.
my opinion.
No,
That's medical
my
fact.
question is really focused on the use of the medications in general. This bill is not intended to prohibit the use or the application of these medicines, period, in any circumstance, correct?
This bill is intended to prohibit the use of these medications for these specific purposes.
So I guess the answer to my question is yes, in that you are not intending to prohibit, outright ban the use of hormone therapies and puberty blockers in any scenario. You're only intending to use them for this specific scenario as outlined in this bill. Is that correct?
I am prohibiting them when their use would be to contradict and destroy the normal endocrinological, physiological pathways that would manifest during puberty.
Okay,
The
so I-
situations that you describe are none of those situations.
Well, so then I take it as my answer is the answer
So
to
I
my
think
question.
the
It's a simple yes or no question. My question
Well, I'm
is
sorry
really,
that you think it's simple yes
It
and no,
is.
but it's actually not.
I believe I get to ask the questions. We've established that this session. The question is very simple in that you are not trying to, by this bill, outright ban the use of these medications in every scenario, correct?
I am not trying to ban the use of these medications in scenarios where they are used to attempt to restore normal human development.
So you would agree with me then that there are situations where usage of these medicines are medically necessary and appropriate?
I would agree with you that there are situations where these medications are used in an attempt to restore normal human development, and that is exactly the opposite of what this bill bans.
Yeah, normal as you define it, but not necessarily normal
Normal
courts
as is
may define it.
defined for more than 100 years in healthcare.
So you have also, in this body, you have frequently advocated for parents to have the right to make important medical decisions for their children. Is that right?
I do.
Yeah. And you have frequently articulated that that is often Medical decisions are best made between patients, their parents, and their medical doctors, such as in the use of vaccines. Is that right?
To be clear, this bill is not about parents. This bill is about bad medical practices.
That's not my question.
I'm
my
giving you
question
the
is,
answer to the question that you're
frequently
asking.
articulated the rights of
I've
parents to
answered your
make medical
question,
decisions
Representative.
with respect to their kids. And an example of that would be vaccines. Is that right?
I've answered your question.
And so, but in this particular context, you are absolutely prohibiting parents of transgender youth from making the medical decisions that they feel necessary for their children. Is that right?
No, actually, that's not correct. What I'm doing is removing inappropriate, experimental, and harmful medical practices from the practice of medicine in Texas. This isn't about parents. This is about medical practice.
Yeah, there's
That's the
plenty
purpose of
and
this
there
bill.
are plenty of physicians within the state of Texas that completely disagree with you.
And there were plenty of physicians that disagreed when we sought to rein in the abuses during the opioid epidemic as well. But sometimes the state has to act for the betterment and be the adult in the room and point out to medicine and science, or point out to medicine, I should say, when the science is heading this way and you're heading this way.
But you haven't
and this
outlawed
is not the only
you haven't
time we've
outlawed
done
the
this.
use of opioids in the state of Texas.
No, but
What
we
you
have
done is
regulated
you've
them.
left it to doctors to exercise their appropriate medical discretion of when and how opioids should be used and
Actually,
prescribed.
I think we've done far more than that on opioids. And I
Doctors
think
are
the
still able to
majority of
prescribe opioids in the state of Texas to their
doctors
patients.
must comply with the Medical Act's restrictions on the provision of opioids.
Doctors are still able to prescribe opioids to their patients in the state of
Doctors
Texas.
are still able to prescribe these
Right.
medicines, but in circumstances where there are clear benefit in correcting abnormal physiology.
So, in this bill, you also have a weaning off provision. Can you explain that, please?
Sure. I think let's see here. Let me find it. Okay. So it begins on the bottom of page 3 and then goes on to page 4. So basically what it does is it outlines a scenario where a child may have been on these medications for a prolonged period of time, and there is no science, there is no scientific guidance as to the process for removing those medications, how quickly it would be done. We know that it can be done, it has been done, but there's not good guidance. And so what we did is we established a provision that tries to, I think in a very careful way, outline that if a child meets certain criteria for having been on one of these medications for a prolonged period of time, that there is a process, an off-ramp, if you will, whereby that person can be weaned off in I think the bill says, in a manner that is safe and medically appropriate and minimizes the risk of complications.
So you would agree that it would be medically inappropriate to abruptly remove patients who've been using these medicines for a prolonged period of time, to remove them from it abruptly. You agree with that?
I think that there certainly would be a concern. I think that we do know that, in particularly in the case of cross-sex hormones, that the use of those drugs can actually suppress the body's own ability to make their own hormones and essentially make the person dependent. And that may take some time to correct. And it resolves typically, but it takes time. And we can't say statutorily what that exact window is going to be. And I would also point out to you that these medications have strong psychoactive effects. These medications can be mood altering. So it seems to me that it would be prudent, as we're searching for the least invasive the least invasive thing that we can do, the least harmful thing that we can do for these patients is to provide an off-ramp.
So just the net effect of the off-ramp is that there will be a period of time under state law where some children will have access to these medications while other children will not. Is that
clear? Well, to be clear, they'll have ability to continue the medication they're currently on and no more.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I do have an amendment. Oh.
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Dr. Oliverson, I wanted to recount some of the things that happened in the Public Health Committee. On the day that we heard that committee, there were 2,489 people who registered in support or against. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Will you take my word that it was at a time where I took a photograph of it?
Well, you've never lied to me or given me a reason to think that you would be misrepresenting, so I'll take your word for that.
Thank you very much. And I will say this is a photograph that I took of the screen right about the time that we got done. So it is just my personal recollection of looking at the computer data. And you may recall that I made a statement at some point about how many people were still waiting to testify. The layout in this hearing, witnesses were called up for and against. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay. Again,
That was, and I would just point out, just for, I'm not trying to be effusive here about it or whatever, but what I'm getting at is that we heard this bill, I think, in March.
we did, and I recall that we had invited testimony. We had limited invited testimony. And I recall that the chair would call one person who was testifying in favor of the bill and then would call another person who was testifying against the bill. Do you recall that? I see Chairwoman Click nodding her head.
I think that's right, and I just want to add, if I may, that I think the other thing I recall in the testimony is that the members had a tremendous amount of questions, and there were some very good conversations that were had. So I remember there being a robust dialogue considering essentially all the points of view on this, and really a very robust back and forth by both sides.
And we started that hearing. We had a number of bills in the morning. We got to our topic around the afternoon, and the testimony was cut off at midnight, which was at the chair's discretion, and she made her statement early about that. My point being, there were 84 people who were in favor of your bill, and there were 2,401 people against your bill. But if you go back and watch that tape, it looks like it's a one-to-one comparison in the manner that the witnesses were called, but it was actually about a 24-to-1 comparison of folks that were actually giving a position on your legislation. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Would you agree with me that the witnesses that you called as invited testimony, a significant number of them were from outside the state of Texas?
I remember that the witnesses that we invited were national experts on this issue.
And one of those experts is from a conservative think tank out of the Northeast, correct?
I'm not advised.
You were sitting there when he testified.
Okay.
You recall?
I mean,
He was
I
your
remember
invited
the people
witness.
that I remember the people that came and testified, but
But this was your invited witness, right?
sure, yeah.
My office is next to your office. So when I walked by your office, I could see these people waiting in your effective waiting area.
Representative, all I can tell you is that we were very thoughtful and careful about the people that we invited. We sought out experts, people who have written about, studied, analyzed the research, done extensive reviews, and were very knowledgeable. And those are the people that we sought to bring.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, may the gentleman's time be extended.
Members heard the motion. Objection. The chair hears none. So ordered.
One of the physicians that you had, we had the dialogue about the fact that he had previously been discredited in a Texas court as not being an expert in this field. Do you recall that?
I don't, but I will tell you that I was disappointed that instead of focusing on the actual testimony for several of our witnesses, it seemed that we were more interested in character assassination.
Credibility and expertise.
Well, I would
and being
also submit to you
disqualified by
that
a
he was
court
the
of law
only
in Texas
pediatric
as not being an
endocrinologist
expert
that testified
is
that
the
day.
character we should have looked at and who came in. That is the precise question.
I don't recall, I may be wrong, maybe you can correct me. I don't recall any pediatric endocrinologists coming to testify at the House hearing in support of this bill. I'm sorry, in opposed to this bill. I remember one pediatric endocrinologist that testified, and that's the gentleman whose character you're impugning.
The gentleman who has been disqualified by a Texas court on this very issue as not an expert. That's just a fact. We heard from a number of other physicians. We heard from a number of other medical professionals and associations that did not agree with your position.
And we're
my
not
point being,
subspecialty experts in this field.
and you aren't either.
I did not represent myself to be, which is why we brought in experts who were.
And I recognize that you are a physician, and I recognize that you get called Dr. Oliverson every time you come there, but you're not standing there in a white coat today, correct?
I think, Representative, that I think I'm not a pediatric endocrinologist, which is why I brought one with me. I would point out that this opposition brought no pediatric endocrinologist to testify.
We did bring a physician
You
that
brought-
has treated these individuals and is an
Who is not board
endocrinologist.
certified in pediatric endocrinology. And she actually testified to that fact.
Dr. Colt also testified. Is
Dr.
an
Colt
expert,
was also not a pediatric endocrinologist.
but does practice pediatrics.
Well, I mean, again, I think if we want to have a conversation about, I'm a doctor, but you're saying I'm not qualified because I'm just a doctor, I'm just putting that back to you and saying that the experts, if you really want to have that conversation, the experts in the room are the pediatric endocrinologists. There was only one that came to testify.
And my point being, you are an anesthesiologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are not here today, even though we deservingly call you doctor and that is your title, but you are not here as a physician representing a medical association or community. You are here as a politician.
I'm here as a member of this body, the same as you, Representative. And just as we often come to you on questions that are your area of expertise, people often come to me on questions that have to do with medical expertise.
But you just recognized you being a medical professional does not make you an expert in this particular area.
And that's why we had testimony from medical experts.
And we
that's
did,
why we brought pediatric endocrinology.
agree or not, we heard testimony from both
We did.
positions.
We absolutely did, but we only heard from one doctor who actually subspecializes in this area.
And we probably could have done this hearing for days because we had 450 people that were waiting to actually be heard on this issue. So if we had let this play out and hear all the testimony of those that wanted to come, we may have gotten a chance to hear from all those other individuals, but they were not invited by you. Correct?
Representative, we had an equal number of invited witnesses per the chairwoman's instructions, followed by public testimony, and I can't comment any more about that. I mean, those are the rules that I was given, and that there would be fair and equal representation of experts on both sides.
And I want to talk about the individuals that came saying that they are in the process of detransitioning. If I recall, and you and I heard them twice, we heard them in both public health and in insurance. And what I recall about those individuals is that they had not gone through any procedures under the age of 18, correct?
I think their testimony and the story that they brought spoke more to the issue of the risks and the side effects and the lifelong complications that come from these treatments, which are often minimized by those who advocate for these procedures.
And so you and I agree,
In fact,
because
I
we've had
would-
this conversation.
I would point out that, they are in the unfortunate position of essentially being shunned by their own community because their very existence essentially invalidates gender-affirming care.
So I had a nice moment with Karina in insurance. You recall
did.
that, right?
Yeah.
Did you think that we did not understand each other?
I didn't say that you didn't understand each other, Representative. What I said is that the detransitioners' life experiences, which neither you nor I could ever relate to in terms of what they're living with on a daily basis, have gone largely unnoticed.
And those individuals that came to testify, as you mentioned earlier, your invited credentials were national folks who are going around testifying on this issue, but they are not from Texas. There was only one from Texas, right?
Well, I mean, it might surprise you, but this issue is a hot topic around the world right now. So what we intended to do was seek out the
It's a
most
hot political
experienced and most, well, in the scientific literature, it's a hot topic too.
It's a hot topic in scientific literature in both respects. This is a hot political topic here. What concerns me is the families that we didn't hear from are actual Texans. They are the families that will be forced to leave this state having to choose between loving and caring for their child or being in compliance with your position on this issue.
Well, and I
So-
think that's the evidence that the body has to weigh in this bill is whether we believe, just like the opioid pandemic,
Great.
that the greater good
Would you tell me
is
in what year
protecting
you
children
banned
from these
opioids?
experimental therapies.
Would you tell me in what year you proposed legislation to ban opioids?
We did not ban opioids.
You didn't. You
but
created-
we regulated the practice of
You sure did. You
prescribing.
regulated the practice.
So what
and
we
here,
did,
we
that's-
could regulate the practice, couldn't we? We don't have to ban it.
So,
We could regulate the practice. We don't have to ban it.
yeah, so.
We could. I know you're not going to, but we could.
So-
Just like we did with opioids, right?
We can do any manner of things, Representative, but the bill before us
Doesn't do that.
is exactly what the state needs to do.
Correct. In your opinion, your bill does not allow,
That is my assessment, and that is the bill I'm offering to
but I
the
want to
body.
make sure it's very clear that this state could do something different and could create a group or a study or a position of evaluating,
I
correct?
think we could do any manner of things, Representative, but
This
the
is what you're
evidence
choosing.
points that this is the correct direction
Can
to
you
go.
tell me, because I was very moved, and when you said it, man, you got me, because I remember a family friend who had a lobotomy, and you got me. So tell me what year you banned lobotomies in Texas,
I'm not advised, Representative.
because you haven't done it. It's not illegal. It's not occurring very much anymore because medical science evolved and figured it out.
Yep.
And that's all we're asking.
For decades,
Is don't ban,
there were people
because
in
you haven't
mental
banned
hospitals
anybody other
that were
than
unable
this
to even
population
recognize who they
of
were or where
Texans.
they were, that were harmed. But yes, I
And
get it.
you didn't step in on that.
Well,
but
I
you're
wasn't in the
stepping on top
legislature
of these
then.
families.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Does
board
the gentleman
members.
yield?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Oliverson, so you've never treated someone who's experiencing gender dysphoria, correct?
Nope.
Okay. Have you ever had a conversation with someone who has gender dysphoria and asked them how this bill would impact their life?
We did have those conversations, Representative.
Okay. And what were those?
I mean, it was mixed, obviously. There were some that were, I would say, that were obviously, as I think you would expect, that were nervous about this bill and what it might hold. And we also heard from some that said, if this had been enforced 10 years ago, I wouldn't be suffering the way I am now.
And how many reputable medical associations did you have a meaningful conversation with before you filed this legislation?
Well, several. I had conversations with the Texas Medical Association. I had conversations with representatives from pediatrics and other medical specialties. Those are the ones I can think of. Okay. I'm sure there were more.
Can you explain to the body what gender dysphoria is?
Well, gender dysphoria is a mental health condition where the patient experiences a strong negative reaction to their own appearance and their body.
Are you aware of any
It's
other?
kind of like anorexia, if you think about it, to a certain extent. It's a similar, and I don't mean that flippantly. What I mean is that anorexia is also a distorted perception of body image, where a patient sees themselves differently and feels uncomfortable when they look in the mirror with who they are.
But you recognize that it's a serious medical condition, correct?
It's a serious mental health condition. It's not a medical condition. Let's be clear about that.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action.
Thank you, sir. Please excuse Representative Bajani because of important business in the district on a motion by Representative Martinez-Fisher. Is there objection? Chair is none. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gonzalez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, if I can please have a moment of your can I please have your attention for a couple moments? Last night, as I thought about today's conversation, I racked my brain about how to approach the significant concerns and fears about this bill. I thought about, should I start off talking about the unnecessary and dangerous precedent we are setting with this bill? Think about it. If you have a medical condition, cancer, diabetes, lupus, when you go see your doctor, you expect to get the standard of care. And in fact, if you were not getting the standard of care, you could in fact sue your doctor because you did not get that. In this moment in time, this bill is asking us to ban the standard of care. Now, if we question if the standard of care is accurate, then there are processes and procedures to change the standard of care, but the precedent of banning the medically accepted practice of the standard of care is extremely dangerous, because in any other circumstance, we would never do that. But then I thought, we've heard this argument, and that hasn't worked yet. So then I thought maybe I should talk about the statistics and the potential impact of this bill. Because we know that there are actually negative harms. We know, for example, that half of transgender and non-binary people surveyed by the Trevor Project have seriously considered attempting suicide. We know that. And when all of us have collectively worked to advance mental health outcomes, nearly 3/4 of our transgender youth have reported symptoms of anxiety. But the one that really hits me the most, because it has to do with our actions here on the House floor, is that nearly 1 in 3 LGBT youth have reported that their mental health was poor, most of the time or always, because of anti-LGBT policies and legislations. That means that our actions, our words, are hurting children. Forget even the advancement of the policy, but just the mere conversation has a negative impact. But we've heard that argument before, and it still hasn't worked. So then I thought, well, maybe I should talk about the larger societal harms. And this one, to me, really hits home. For example, all of you know that I proudly represent the community of El Paso. And all of you have heard how we have had a tragic event happen in El Paso, the Walmart shooting. But why did the Walmart shooting happen? When we looked at the manifesto of the shooter, he cited and referenced political rhetoric that caused behavior. So let's talk about this. Rhetoric, language, stereotypes shape society. And this bill is wrapped in all of this. It is not an accident that there is literally a headline that reads, "Texas leads the nation in transgender killings." These types of pieces of legislation dehumanize, create violence, create misunderstandings, and that has an ultimate effect on behavior in society. Members, we are not asking for there to be no consideration of how to appropriately address medications or in all regards, whether it's opioids or anything else. But this piece of legislation is the most extreme piece of legislation we can get to. I am not naive to know that this has been a politicized issue. But I think it's really important for us and for me to express that this piece of policy will have a domino effect of harm. And sadly, it will have the most impact on children who are the most vulnerable. We would never do this for anything else, but for this, because of the highly politicized conversation, we are going to ban healthcare. Healthcare that is being used in other instances, but we're going to ban it to one section of a community in a way that will have negative outcomes. I ask for you to consider adopting this amendment because we don't want to set the precedent that will have a domino effect of negative outcomes.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Niave Criado, for what purpose?
does the lady yield?
Does the lady yield?
Always.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative Dr. Mary Gonzalez. Normally, we trust our doctors to make the best possible medical decisions for patients based on science, don't we?
We do, and I think this is part of the misinformation. I hear or see on Twitter, oh, anybody can go out and get these drugs. That is not what happens. A child has to go to a psychiatrist, and then has to go to endocrinologist, and has to go through a year-long assessment before there's even consideration of any type of medication, and that's not even always the case. But I think the misinformation is driving the politicalization of this very important topic.
And if this legislation were to become law, we would essentially be overriding the medical judgment of doctors in Texas, right? And also overriding the decisions of parents who are trying to provide the best practice, evidence-based health care to their teenagers. Is that correct?
I think that's completely accurate. So we have heard from doctors, again, this is the standard of care. You would sue us if you didn't give us the standard of care. And now we're saying, just kidding, we're banning that. And then parents genuinely love their children. They are making these decisions with their doctors. And we're saying, I'm sorry, parents, we in this room know better than you. We are going to not give you the access to make the choices for your own children.
And in fact, there have been 2 federal courts, right, that have already found that similar laws were unconstitutional. Is that correct?
Yes, they have found this to be unconstitutional because you can't ban health care for one specific group of society, but still let it exist in other instances.
Right, so a specific group of people, and we're talking about the Equal Protection Clause, right, as the constitutional provision that is being violated here, that we're banning that medical treatment, as you said, for a specific group of people while allowing that same treatment to be provided to everybody else. Right?
That's exactly right.
And the 2 courts, one of them was from the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. Another one was a federal judge that was appointed by President Trump, blocked an Alabama law. And then there was also a block of an Arkansas law that was similar to what we're hearing today, right?
I think that's accurate. And for those of us who want to be fiscally conservative, if we know this is literally unconstitutional because of the Equal Protection Clause, then why are we passing unconstitutional pieces of legislation?
And would you say that based on this, the violation of the Equal Protection Clause, that this legislation is discriminating against a specific group of people when it comes to their health care?
Yes, this is, I mean, it was nearly stated here at the front mic earlier by the bill author. It is still acceptable in this instance, but not acceptable in this instance.
And would you agree also that stopping somebody's prescriptions immediately that have been deemed medically necessary by a licensed physician could have immediate and harmful side effects?
Yes, and I think what's important to note, again, members, the young people who are on these medical treatments, it didn't happen overnight. It happened after months and months and months of conversations with multiple doctors and parents, and it was the ultimate last decision, and thus, when they get there, to immediately take them off medical, it could be anything, would be very dangerous to these children's health. Members, we are talking about banning health care for children. I don't care if they're trans kids, I don't care if they are kids, any kids. We are talking about a doctor says they need this health care, and we're saying no.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ranchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady
for a few
yield for
questions?
questions?
Yes, sir.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. I wanted to ask you to try to reconcile 2 different positions that this body has taken over time. On the one hand, we've heard passionate pleas from members of this body asking us to go against the standard of care for treatments that have not received approval from the Federal Food and Drug Administration, from the medical community, and asked us, they begged us, say, please let my community have the right to try, right? On the one hand, we've passed bills here that says, you know, desperate times require desperate measures. Please let our community for uterine cancer, for something else, go against medical guidance and say, give us the right to try. And on the other hand, here, we have the medical community who is, and every reputable medical association who's telling us this is the standard of care. But this body is now saying we're not going to let you have the right to try, despite the fact that it is the appropriate standard of care. How do you reconcile these two things?
Representative Chia, I really wish I could reconcile them. And I think that's the frustration with this piece of legislation is that how do thousands of doctors say this is a standard of care and we are just saying no to that?
Thanks for answering that question. I too find it confounding.
Members, we are banning health care for children. That's what we're doing here today. I urge you to please vote for this amendment.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, respectfully, I'm going to oppose this amendment. This amendment strikes the enacting clause and kills the bill. I did want to say one thing about standard of care because I think it's important for the conversation that you all think about this. The standard of care in America is based on 25-year-old Dutch studies which were performed as a case series, and what we'd call that in science is innovative discovery. Innovative discovery, in order to move to a standard of care, is supposed to be followed by randomized controlled trials. That did not happen in this area. And so we have an error of science when that occurs, and we call that runaway diffusion. And that is where science adopts, or the medical community adopts something as a standard of care that has not been rigorously or scientifically examined. And so that is the situation we find ourselves in, and that is why I respectfully will oppose this amendment and ask you to vote against it.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Oliverson, are you aware of any other group of people other than transgender youth that Texas legislature has specifically banned health care only for them while allowing the same treatments to still be provided to everyone else?
Representative, I'm not advised. I'm only here to talk about this bill.
Have you read peer-reviewed scientific studies performed in the United States that show that access to puberty blockers and hormone therapy for transgender youth who need them have been shown to reduce anxiety, depression, and suicidality?
Representative, I can't speak to the entirety of the medical research on this topic, but I have read several that were cited in our discussions in committee, and they have serious methodological flaws and should not be relied upon.
So these are peer-reviewed studies that were from the United States?
Peer-reviewed does not mean randomized controlled. And I would point out to you that a randomized controlled trial is the only gold standard trial that exists.
If this bill is passed, wouldn't its effect be to override the medical judgment of doctors in the state?
If this bill was passed, it will regulate the practice of medicine in this state in a new way.
But it'll override the medical judgments of doctors in the state. I mean, we've heard testimony, we've heard doctors say this is best medical standards.
Representative, respectfully, I think the point of this bill, or the reason for this bill, has to do with the fact that we find that doctors practicing this type of medicine are not exercising good clinical judgment.
Well, if this bill is passed, isn't it a governmental intrusion into the decisions of parents who are trying to provide best practice, life-saving, scientifically based, medically necessary care to their teenagers based on their doctor's recommendations?
I think respectfully, I would just disagree with your assertion for that question.
Well, that's not what parents have testified or doctors have testified.
I understand that we heard a variety of testimony, Representative.
How many times in your life have you chosen not to follow a doctor's advice for your child when they were suffering from a serious condition, which you have recognized that gender dysphoria is a serious condition?
Representative, I think the important point is that the state of Texas has a duty and an obligation to make sure that the practice of medicine in this state is evidence-based and safe, and that's why we're here.
So did you meet with parents whose children would be deprived of medical care under this bill?
Yes.
And what did they say?
Obviously, they were understandably concerned. But unfortunately, Representative, as I said in my layout, a lot of times these parents are manipulated into thinking that it's either this or their child will kill themselves. And the literature never supported that contention.
Okay. Can you describe the impact they said this bill would have on their children to the body?
I honestly, I can't remember, Representative.
You can't remember what these parents or children testified as to how this bill would affect him? Because I've spoken to several parents, and they met with other members as well, and I don't think that I can forget that conversation.
Okay.
Or forget the tears
I'll
that
take
these
your word
parents
for it.
and these kids have in their eyes, and how this bill is going to impact them, and they have to potentially move out of the state if they can, because not everybody can.
So, Representative, I just want to point out to you, to be clear, that this does not ban all treatments for this mental health condition, gender dysphoria. It actually redirects patients, parents, and providers to scientifically proven methods that have been around for a long time. Counseling, psychotherapy. We don't treat mental health disorders with surgery. We treat mental health disorders with mental health treatments. And so I think it's really important for us to remember that this is a mental health condition, and the appropriate treatment for mental health conditions are mental health treatments. We spend a lot of time in this building trying to improve access to mental health, and I'm very, very supportive of that, as you know.
But that's not your area of expertise, is mental health, right? You're an anesthesiologist. We've already established that.
I think we've already established that, Representative, but again, like you and every other member of this body, I am here bringing whatever expertise I have to the table to try to pass laws that are best for people. And just as you are, I believe, an attorney, and you bring a certain body of expertise that I don't have to the legislature, I bring a certain area of expertise that you don't have, which is that I am one of only 3 board-certified physicians in this chamber.
Okay, so wouldn't you agree that as a Texas legislator that we're tasked with the responsibility for protecting Texans, Texas families, and their children?
Absolutely, I would, and that's why we're here.
Isn't it also true that in performing your job as a Texas legislator, you're supposed to rely on facts?
I do.
Data, science.
I do.
Like actual science in the United
Yes.
States.
Hold on a second, Representative. I have to pause you there, and let's go back and talk about what you just said, because I think you sort of, it is an unfair characterization to think that medical science only exists in the United States. Some of our best research, and I would point out to you that the original studies that started this whole trend were not from the United States. They were from Europe. So to say that only United States research should be looked at would, I think, be unsupportable.
What is it about this issue that has resulted in you failing to follow those facts? The data and the science and the data that we've heard over and over again in committee by doctors that practice here in the state that are board certified. We've had doctors that have testified that have had their own clinics that have been doing this for years and say that this is best medical standards.
Representative.
I'm sorry?
I'm following the science, Representative.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms.
Mr.
Weiner,
Speaker?
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I would, of
The
course.
gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Representative Oliverson. I was hoping to follow up on some of your exchange with Representative Johnson regarding medical providers who've testified. I do not serve on public health this session, but you and I served on public health together last session. Is that correct?
It is.
And we heard testimony on a very similar bill to yours carried by former Representative House Bill 1399. Is that correct?
Representative, I want to stay focused on this bill. I know there was another conversation last session on a similar measure, but respectfully, if we can just stay focused on this session.
Yeah, I
think that would
apologize,
be
but
better
it
for
is
all of us.
relevant to the conversation we were having about medical providers who've come to testify. I know it was a very late hearing, but I looked it up. We had the hearing on April 14th. Do you recall that we did have a pediatric endocrinologist testifying against that bill?
I don't, because again, that was a different bill. It was a different hearing. It was a different session. I'm focused on the bill before us and the testimony that we heard on that bill.
I think it's important for us to consider some of the reasons why testimony on that bill, despite being 24-1 against that bill, may have even been limited in some ways. The particular pediatric endocrinologist I'm speaking of is Dr. Ximena Lopez, who was at UT Southwestern at the time. Do you remember her testifying in front of us for about an hour?
I do, Representative. Actually, if I remember correctly, and I don't know if you would call it perjury, but I remember that she misstated facts during the hearing when she represented to us that there's no such thing as a surgery being done on an underage person in the state of Texas, and we were able to easily verify and actually got her to admit under testimony that that was in fact not true, and that she was aware that mastectomies had been performed on healthy girls, removing their breast tissue, and that that was essentially accepted practice. But then, as I recall, she backed up and said, but that's totally reversible, isn't it?
That's not my recollection of the evening's testimony, but
Well,
you would,
I think there
you
would be others
not,
that would recollect that. But
you would not dispute that she is a board-certified pediatric endocrinologist.
I can't remember, honestly, Representative. I think the thing that stuck in my mind is the fact that she came in and really, as I recall, refused to identify where she worked or what her credentials were initially. And I think we had to go almost into a discovery process to figure out where she was from and how long she'd been doing this and what her practice was like. But what I most remember is the fact that she asserted something to us that was blatantly false, got caught in it, and then had to retract the statement.
Do you recall that shortly after she testified in front of her committee that UT Southwestern started backing up support for her clinic?
I don't know. I just remember the events of now that you've kind of brought that back to my attention, I do recall that conversation.
Are you aware that she testified under oath?
The gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
May we extend the time?
Members heard the motion. Is objection? The chair has done so ordered.
Are you aware that Dr. Lopez testified under oath in a lawsuit last year that she was told by the leadership at UT Southwestern that her clinic was shut down under direction of the governor?
All I know about that particular witness that you describe is what I've told you. I don't know anything else about. In fact, it wasn't even clear to me where she worked because she didn't tell us. She actually refused to tell us where she worked. So I have no reason to think you're lying to me, but I do not have any knowledge of that because all I remember, as we've been talking about it, I do recall the testimony. And I've already told you the parts that really stuck in my mind, but that's all I can recall.
Thank you. I mean, I am referring to some court documents that are under oath I'm happy to share with you. Okay. Do you think that Dr. Lopez or any other provider may have been nervous to share precisely where they worked because of precisely the type of retaliation she alleges it happened?
I just know that she came to offer expert testimony on a matter that we all thought was very important, and that her testimony was misleading and inaccurate.
So Representative Johnson already covered with you that 24 times as many people showed up to testify against this bill as testified for it. Do you think that number may have been even greater if there had not been fear of that same type of retaliation happening again?
I can't comment on that, Representative, but I would tell you that the chairwoman standing next to me here reminded me, as we were standing over here, that there were 8,000 written comments submitted from Texans, because that's obviously provable, and that the vast majority were in support of this legislation. So that I think is part and parcel to your question.
Just one last thing. I want to make sure. I know you were really asserting with Representative Johnson the question of board-certified pediatric endocrinologists. And I want to acknowledge and make sure the body is aware that one did come testify in 2021 against similar legislation and was directly retaliated against by state leadership. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Oliverson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Oliverson, you were just talking a little bit ago about studies. You were citing studies that have been done, I believe, in Europe. Is that correct?
There have been studies that have on this issue. As I mentioned in one of my earlier conversations, this is obviously an area of emerging science. And so there have been many studies done around the world.
Okay. Do you know, are you aware of any of those countries where those studies were done? Did any of them actually ban this treatment?
I know that the studies that have done the systematic reviews that I talked about in my layout, that at least some of them have closed their gender reassignment clinics.
Have closed their...
They've closed their clinic.
But have any of them banned the treatment?
Well, as I said earlier, there are other treatments than puberty blockers and surgery. And so I think the treatment for gender dysphoria, I want to be clear, I believe gender dysphoria is a real psychiatric diagnosis that requires treatment.
Okay, but so the answer is that I think you're telling me you're not aware, perhaps, if any of them have.
I know that their clinics have closed.
Clinics have closed, but
Yes.
not necessarily
And I know
that banned the treatment.
And what I can also assert to you with absolute certainty, at least in the case of the National Health Service in England, is that the direction that we are going right now with gender-affirming care has been absolutely rejected by the United Kingdom, and they're going in a different direction. And they're emphasizing mental health, which is where I think, because this is a mental health condition, that is what we should be focused on, especially for children who have not completely matured from a neurological, emotional, mental standpoint.
Well, to that point, I mean, you are an anesthesiologist, and I assume that the American Society of Anesthesiologists is the organization that represents best practices and standards of care for anesthesiologists. Is that not correct?
So to be clear, the American Society of Anesthesiologists, like all other medical associations, is an organization that advocates on behalf of that profession, just like the American Nurses Association. It may promulgate practices and standards from time to time. It may offer continuing education.
Well,
But I don't want you to get the impression that essentially whatever a professional society says is essentially written in stone. These things are. Hang on. I want to answer your question, but I really think this is important. And I think it's really important for everybody in the body, because there's so much talk about this session, to understand that all of these associations at the state and the national level are membership organizations that have annual meetings that a select number of members attend, and they discuss items in a House of Delegates, much like we are sitting here, and they adopt these policies, and these policies change. And I don't know if it would surprise you to learn, but it's been my experience, being a member of several of these organizations, that sometimes the policy that gets adopted is not always what the science says. There can be reasons why these organizations put out a statement or a policy other than what the literature says.
I appreciate that. I'd like to finish up asking a couple of questions here, a little bit more on this, because I appreciate what you're saying. But I would also suggest that these associations that represent particular branches of medical practice the membership in that are people who are involved in that practice. They actually have the expertise that we're talking about here, and you can question whether or not everybody is on the same page on everything, but the fact is that the society of any type of practice is representing that particular sphere of practice. They're not going to be out there representing something different. So the Pediatric Endocrine Society opposes bills that harm transgender youth. And so I want to ask you, if you question what they're saying. They say that bills such as this contradict, this is their words, evidence-based standards of care recommendations from the Pediatric Endocrine Society, as well as position statements, and they list a whole bunch of other medical associations as well. Are you suggesting that the Pediatric Endocrine Society, the group that you're saying are the experts in this, by saying that they oppose this legislation and that they support this kind of the treatment of care that we've been talking about here, that this bill is trying to ban, that they support that care it is recommended, actually, hormone therapy is recommended within this evidence-based approach, is what they say, and that they, as experts in the care of transgender youth, we strongly urge legislators to follow our medical advice and advocate for the well-being of all youth and oppose these bills. I could go on, but do you dispute that?
Representative, I would submit to you a couple of things. Number one, I would submit to you that I don't know much about the Pediatric Endocrine Society. I've never been to one of their meetings. But I would submit to you that these are membership organizations. I would submit to you that the American Medical Association, for example, represents less than a fourth of doctors practicing in Texas are even members of the American Medical Association. So when we throw these terms out and we want to act like these are authoritative, bodies and organizations, I think it's important to recognize that, number one, you have to pay, you don't automatically, just because you're an endocrinologist, belong to the society. You have to choose to join, which means that you have to have found value in the things that they're pursuing and the tenets that the policies, the things that they're doing.
The gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes Dr. Gonzalez to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Alverson talked about that we have to follow the science. When it comes to standard of care, the standard of care has been altered or changed for a variety of medical conditions across time as the doctors who are the experts in the area determine it should change. Should we be determining what the standard of care is and or banning it? If we have a concern about the standard of care, we have every ability to discuss that with the medical professionals to have them to reevaluate the science. But that is not the bill in front of us today. The bill in front of us today, and I think it's important to emphasize, is banning health care. It is important to note this health care, these prescriptions that we're talking about, are still available to children with other medical conditions. So we're banning health care for one group of people, and we have to ask ourselves why. There is so much misinformation, so much politicalization, and honestly, sadly, discrimination happening against transgender people and specifically transgender youth. Please, please think about the fact that we are banning doctors' advice, doctors' prescriptions, parental rights, parental decisions, and we are saying we know best, when we actually know that there are very different science out there. With that, Representative Wu.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
The lady yields for questions.
Thank you. Dr. Gonzalez, we came into this body at the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's been more than a decade for the both of us, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that decade, the 6 sessions that we've been here, how many times have we seen legislation pass through here dealing with medical issues, and when we lay out the bill in committee or lay out the bill on the floor, that one of the first things we mention is, oh, this bill is supported by the American Medical Association. Have you heard that before?
Literally, a couple weeks ago, a bill died on the floor because the Texas Medical Association said it was bad, so we killed it. So here, the Texas Medical Association has raised concerns, and we are still not applying the same type of authority to their words. We have to be consistent, members. Do we want to not pass legislation when TMA says it's bad? But only in this case, we're like, oh, but they don't know what they're talking about here. There is an incongruence happening.
Do you remember that last session we raised the age to buy tobacco products to 21?
Yes.
And do you remember which medical associations were they at the forefront pushing that legislation?
I'm sure you could remind me.
It was Texas Medical Association,
Yeah.
right? At the American Medical Association, the Cancer Society, right? Every medical group up and down the road said that this was something that their membership says was important to preserve the lives of Texans. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we had a big fight on the floor over that bill.
We did, but let's go back. To protect the lives of Texans, the same medical groups are saying to protect the lives, to have the healthiest outcome for these young children, this is what is needed, and we're not listening now. We are having selective hearing members. This is problematic.
If we had a bill on the floor that dealt with regulating anesthesiology, do you think we would listen to the Texas Anesthesiology Society?
I would hope so.
Yeah. They would be pretty important in that discussion, wouldn't they?
Yes.
And we would not say, oh, well, you're just a bunch of people that just got together. We would respect their authority and respect their expertise, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
And over and over again, we pass legislation based on groups that we trust, and we block legislation based on the advice of the groups that we trust, correct?
I mean, all the time, Texas realtors will say something, we like, well, the realtors are, this is how government works. People organize. They get in their groups to advocate. If we didn't have these groups, how would we learn about these industries, these communities? But now we're saying, organize, be in your groups, but what you say does not matter because we know better. This is opposite to the way government should be working.
Yeah. Oh, but I see that, unfortunately, the groups that oppose this legislation are counter to their position, correct?
Correct.
And so now that it's politically expedient, we don't listen to them. We say, oh, who are those jokers? Who are those people? What do they know?
And I think that's what I'm asking the membership to consider today. We have constantly utilized the knowledge base from these groups to make decisions. A bill did not pass the floor the other day, and now we're saying, just kidding, your expertise is not needed right now on a bill that is banning health care for children.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ranchia,
will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, the way the author was talking, it sounds like these are just social clubs or eating societies or something like that. That literally the group of doctors who specialize in endocrine pediatrics, who has problems with this bill and bills like it throughout the country, are suddenly to be dismissed out of hand. And I think I'm glad I got to listen to the dialogue between you and Representative Wu, because it really speaks to something a little bit more dangerous that's happening, and that's the death of science, the death of research, and the fact that political pressure is being placed on institutions of science and medicine to achieve political outcomes, and where people are retaliated against. I think that is a far more dangerous outcome of what we're doing here today, and that is the shouting down of science, of expertise, of research. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I think that is extremely important. And I think this is why this bill is so troubling. The bill author says, let's follow the science. But the science has told us and is telling us that this is with the assessments, the best healthcare process for transgender youth or youth who have gender dysphoria. And so if we don't follow the science, if we say believe and follow the science, then we're not following the science here. This is a disconnect.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and I think that really is the most dangerous part of this discussion, when the people who are experts on this subject matter, who are really counseling us to move in a direction, are just being ignored for political expediency, yet in other scenarios, you know, we take with great reverence their advice to this body, and I think that's very problematic.
I think that's why I'm asking this body to be deliberative. To be deliberative that we know we live in a political society, but this decision, politics should not determine health care, period. Please vote for this amendment.
Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso sends an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk bring the bill. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting nay, Mr. Lees voting nay, Ms. Tenholt voting nay, Ms. Click voting nay. Ms. Troxler voting nay. Members, you have time to vote from your desk. Ms. Swanson voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 55 ayes and 83 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very straightforward amendment that just puts a severability clause into the bill, and it is acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Dr. Oliverson sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the objection to the amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate your time with this amendment. And I appreciate your time with it because I heard Dr. Oliverson say that his bill does not penalize parents. Simply because you don't penalize parents as criminals, or simply because you don't criminalize parents with civil liability, doesn't mean that you're not going to penalize these parents. If you pass this bill as is, you're going to crush these parents. You are going to send parents who are fifth-generation Texans with businesses, with communities, and you are going to tell them that they have the impossible decision between choosing the state and the community that they love and the child that needs their love and support. I have heard so many of you. You are Republican, I am a Democrat, but we can talk about our differences. We can talk about the people that we know, and we can talk behind closed doors about the things that we agree on. I'm going to tell you all that the amendment that I'm offering is an amendment that I got from talking with my Republican colleagues. And I am going to promise you that if we could take this vote without a red and green, without an a D and an R next to our names, that I have no doubt that this amendment would pass. And so I'm going to ask each one of you to find the courage to publicly tell the people that are sitting in this room that they are getting misinformation for political reasons. There are people that I see on Twitter that say that they are worried about gender mutilation. We agree with you. We agree with abortion and say, fine, no surgeries under the age of 18 if that's what you agree with. I don't agree when you say mutilation. I think that's the wrong term. I think that's the wrong concept, and I think it is very purposeful to place in you fear. And I bet it places within you fear because you may not know anybody who has actually been through this experience. Some of you filled in this room may not know anyone who has actually transitioned. You may not know anyone who has struggled with identifying who they are and asking for medical help. So I'm going to let you know that the amendment that I'm offering does nothing to change the status of surgery. The amendment that I'm offering, and I would ask each of you, if you will, please honor me with reading it and making a decision about what it says. It says that this amendment only addresses the issue of prescription. We're only talking about whether or not you can prescribe hormone treatment. And so why are we talking about hormone therapy? Because there are times when kids in puberty need hormone therapy. You heard Dr. Oliverson, when questioned by Representative Julie Johnson, that the bill does not ban hormone therapy for other kids. For example, take a mother who has a son who is projected to be 5'2". Think about the men here in this room. If your parents had known, hey, you've got a hormonal imbalance and you're projected to be 5'2", would you have wanted your parents to say, you know what? Life might be harder for my son if my son is 5'2", and I could help my son take medication that could get my son a little more growth. Might make life easier for my son if my son were taller and I could provide medical intervention at puberty, because that's the moment you can make the difference. Now imagine a mother who has a child who has severe gender dysphoria. A child that they did not expect, a child that they did not know had gender dysphoria, and a child that from the moment they were raising that child, they were treating that child with the gender that they were born with. They were dressing them in their clothes, and that was the gender of the child that they wanted. They never wanted to have a transgender child. But at some point, that child expressed who they were authentically to a point that it was damaging to that child not to be who they knew they were. That mother will not be able in puberty to prescribe the hormones that will keep that child from growing a beard. Here's the kicker. Same mother. Twins. That mother can address the hormone imbalance of height for that one twin and happily remain in the state with their family and friends and their business. But that mother cannot make the same decision for their other child. That family lives in my community. And that is just one example of the Texans, the actual Texans, that will be impacted by this law. So how do you address both? How do you address the needs of the people that believe sincerely, and I believe they believe it sincerely, that they want to address this issue to protect children, with the same families that know that they equally need to protect and love their children by providing these medical treatments? I believe wholeheartedly this amendment does it, because this amendment, based on many conversations that I have had with many Republican members, says that if you have two independent medical professionals that have been trained in this particular work specifically, that you have the relevant training in diagnosis and treatment of gender dysphoria in children, and you have two mental health professionals or adolescent medicine specialists with relevant training in the diagnosis and treatment of dysphoria, gender dysphoria in children, then you go on to the next step. That's 2 doctors and 2 independent medical professionals. That's 4 medical professionals on top of the child's pediatrician. That's 5 medical professionals. That's also a distinction for those of you who are on the committees or heard the testimony of those detransitioners who, with all due respect, are being flown in around the nation on a political argument and are not Texas issues. And they all said that they had their treatment after the age of 18, and none of them complained about a Texas doctor. When I drilled down on the stories of some of those kids, including one, Karina, who I appreciate her presence. And I appreciate the fact that she is around my age, and that it was around 30 years ago that she did not have the support of her family. And she wanted to be with a man. And she believed, they believed, that they needed to be a woman to be with a man. I want you to think about what was going on 30 years ago. 30 years ago, it wasn't okay to be gay. And it was the rhetoric around not being gay that made that person think that they could never have a life as a happy gay individual. And that the only way they could find love is to change their gender. How much of that is on us as society? Of having a conversation 30 years ago and politically around the issue of DOMA, Defense of Marriage Act, that gay marriage would somehow hurt traditional marriage. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that that was done, that we now know for political reasons. Many of the people that were involved in that later came out and said, I'm sorry. I was part of that. It was to drum up political issues, and it wasn't true. This is today's DOMA. And I promise you at some point, you will not want to say that you did not tell your constituents here the truth.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady's time's expired. Mr. Busey, for what reason?
Request to extend time.
Members, you heard the request. Is there objection? There is no objection. The gentlelady's time is extended.
Thank you,
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
The gentlelady yield for questions.
I do.
She yields.
Representative, I've got your amendment here. We've talked about this amendment. I remember a few weeks ago talking about this amendment, and my first reaction was shock. And I said, don't accept this. I thought this was the offer.
Yep.
This is the most conservative approach I've ever seen in language, legislative language, for medical practice. Are you aware of any other situation where it's required to have your doctor, then have two more doctors, then have two oversight doctors?
No, and let me add the additional part. If the concern is that the medical professionals are not doing right, and you're concerned that they would do something different, we're going to let the state control it. A commission shall be established of an impartial panel of physicians, healthcare providers, mental health professionals, and adolescent medicine specialists to evaluate the legitimacy and severity of gender dysphoria diagnosis. So in addition to the 5 physicians that you personally may know or find, we're going to create a state agency to evaluate every case. Tell me who here with any medical treatment would have to go find 5 doctors and get the government's approval before you could do it. So let me tell you why I'm offering this amendment.
Please do.
Because I've asked these families, I've asked these parents who are either facing fleeing this state or getting the medical care that is necessary for the life of their child, and they have said, we'll do it.
And that's because they love Texas.
It's because they love Texas and they love their child, and never before have we asked them to pick one or the other.
With this bill, without this amendment, I'm afraid that would change. Let me ask you, if you have to go through this process, this is for kids with severe gender dysphoria, is that correct?
That's a great point, Mr. Busey. Severe gender dysphoria. So gender dysphoria is a medical diagnosis that says that you are identifying and representing yourself in this position for 6 months. I have heard it said, and we heard it in the committee, this idea that there's a social movement, that kids are going on TikTok trans. They're just seeing other kids doing it and wanting to do it. And so this would say severe gender dysphoria. So it would make sure that this is not just some teenager who's oppositional and defiant and wants to be against their parents. But these are some of the families that we have heard about that have said, since my child woke up at 5 years old and cried because Santa Claus didn't bring them the gift that they desperately asked for, which is the right body. This would protect those families.
And those families would have to go through 5 doctors and an oversight panel if your amendment gets on.
Correct. And so
What
if
if
the
your
amendment
amendment
gets on,
doesn't get on? What happens to those families?
these families won't be able to stay.
They have to go leave this state of Texas.
They either have to choose their child or choose the state. But passing this law without this amendment means they can't do both. They can't stay here. And I know those families are prepared to do it, but I'm going to ask, is there anything Texan about running out your citizens because you don't agree with them politically?
The bill layout, it was mentioned that other areas of the world maybe are backing off on this, but they're still exploring, they're still looking at options. If we pass this bill without this amendment, can we continue to follow the science and see? Because we'd shut it down.
No.
There's no middle ground here.
There's no middle ground. There's no room for medical professionals to do it. And I want to ask, and just think about it, how many people in here take testosterone? How many here ask for a little hormonal help? How many here took estrogen after menopause? You're talking about the same medications that many folks may take at their own decision with their doctor. This is really about health care for children. And I get Oliverson's concern when he says, I want to make sure this is right. I want to make sure it's not like opioids. We're literally creating a state agency to determine best practices and evolve with the medical community. The difference is if you don't accept this amendment, you're doing the thing he admitted, which is you didn't ban opioids and you didn't ban lobotomies. You're banning the existence of a population if you do it without this amendment.
Well, Representative, while I think, as I said, this amendment shocked me because it's so conservative, but I appreciate that you have worked diligently to find any reasonable path and balance to make sure that kids with the most severe gender dysphoria, the most severe cases in our state, have a path. You know, as a Texan, you hear all the time people that are like, I got here as quick as I could. This bill is telling Texans that's no longer our attitude. I hope that we pass your amendment. Thank you, Representative.
Thank
you. Mr. Manuel, what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Lady yield for questions.
I will.
She yields.
Representative Johnson, you brought up a really good point earlier. You were saying how what happened during DOMA 30 years ago when we were talking about quote unquote a traditional family, how that had psychological effects on people who testified in the Public Health Committee. Is that what you were saying? Is that true?
Yes, I won't attribute that specifically to that witness, but we talked about the shared events of being closeted or not being accepted 30 years ago and how rhetoric politically can be damaging to individuals.
And hasn't that been shown to show that that has caused people to, like you were saying earlier, that they feel as though they have to be the opposite sex to be with someone that they would choose to want to be with?
Yes, the witness described, and the witness has written an op-ed, and again, I'm grateful for that witness's participation. And I asked that individual witness if we had had something in place that would have required their parents to engage, their medical community to engage, their mental health professional community to engage, to help them walk through the processes of what is and is not acceptable and what life can look like, that would be beneficial. Their own witness said something like this amendment would be helpful.
The reason I ask is because that is the same situation that happened to myself growing up on an Air Force base, only seeing heteronormative families, thinking the only possibility for me to be an openly out gay black man and not be called a faggot or different things of that sort, that I had to conform to that kind of a lifestyle because of the social constructs that people made me feel that I was less than. And so what you're basically saying, what someone has testified to, what they have written about, is that if we had not had these kind of roadblocks, there would have been a lot of people who were either transgender, who were gay, who were lesbian, who were non-binary, who would have led the life that they were meant to without any shame, rather than having people who said, I transitioned when I never should have.
And you're exactly right, which is if the concern is about good public policy for a community that we don't yet understand, then adopt the amendment which says medical professionals, physicians, mental health professionals, and even a government agency to determine best practices as we move forward is more compassionate, is more thoughtful, is actually protecting of Texas children and their families, rather than a complete and total ban, which will result in harm to these kids.
Thank you so much for your amendment, Ed. If anyone is listening, this is something that is not just words on a paper. These are things that prevent people from harming themselves, hating themselves, and allows them to be able to basically have a form of therapy that lets them know that it is okay to be themselves. And I appreciate you so much for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Okay. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Respectfully, I'm going to oppose this amendment, and I appreciate Representative Johnson bringing this, and she and I have had many conversations about this, but fundamentally, one of the issues that we're dealing with here is that the medical community in America, these conditions are being diagnosed at an alarming and exponentially growing rate. And when I went back and tried to define severe gender dysphoria, unfortunately, that's very much in the eye of the beholder. So if you're standing with me and you believe that the practice of medicine here is not supported by the science and that it's time for us to stop this and allow science to catch up, then I would submit to you that the doctors that are performing these treatments are not a very good judge of a condition that really is very much not a DSM-4 or DSM-5 diagnosis code. So respectfully, I oppose the amendment.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the chairman answer some questions, just a few
Sure.
questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
Dr. Oliverson, isn't it true that at one point wasn't homosexuality considered a mental disorder?
I don't know, Representative.
Okay.
I just know that gender dysphoria is.
Okay, but
currently
as
in the current
right.
psychiatric manual, that is how it is defined.
So if I was to tell you that homosexuality was considered a mental disorder that didn't allow people to be in the military, to have jobs, who could be put in psychiatric hospitals, would you say that the science was correct?
I can't comment about that, and because it's beyond the scope of this bill, Representative, but I can tell you that gender dysphoria is clearly defined in the scientific literature
but just
as
currently.
a mental disorder. Yes,
But
and
that's
has been
under
for
the
a long
current
time.
science, correct? I just want to make sure, under current science.
Yes, under the
Okay.
science. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. I want to clarify something because we know we've had a number of conversations about this, about the measure as a whole, but specifically about language like is in front of us with this amendment. And you stated that there's been a rapidly increasing number of diagnoses that concerns you. Is that correct?
I did, yes, and I would point out that additional diagnoses beyond that. There's a whole new phenomenon now that didn't exist when the Dutch studies were done called rapid onset gender dysphoria, where girls and adolescents going through puberty in groups present claiming that they're experiencing gender dysphoria. And I think there's investigations going on looking into this, and as I recall, in some places. And so I guess, and I know you and I have talked about this extensively, and I really tried very hard to work with you on this, but at the end of the day, the science is so inconsistent and of such low quality that I do not have confidence in these doctors' ability to accurately diagnosed severe gender dysphoria.
Well, and I think that's kind of the point I want to clarify about this amendment. Because that was a concern you raised as we worked on this language. And you said, I don't trust that these physicians are going to make the right decisions.
That's right.
And so that's not what that's not where this amendment stops.
I know.
It then places over the top of it, which is nowhere else in any sort of medical care in Texas that I can tell, it places in the hands of a state agency the ability to look at that decision making and then either approve or disapprove of it. And isn't that what the amendment does?
It does, yes.
And ultimately the buck would stop here, not with the physician's diagnosis, not with, and in fact it's multiple, but not just there. It would have a number of different,
that's right,
but speed bumps along the way, ending at the very last with a state agency that this body has 100% oversight of. Isn't that correct?
But Representative, these therapies themselves have not gone through the appropriate scientific process in order to be considered a standard of care. So what you're saying is we want to have a pathway in severe cases which we're not really sure how to identify, but we're trusting that the agency will figure it out so that we can continue to use therapies of questionable value for which there's a growing list of risks and harms. And I just don't think that's in the best interest of kids. And I know that's really terrible science in terms of quality. And so that very much is the issue this body must consider with respect to this bill, is bringing a halt to these treatments.
When you said that, you used the word questionable, and I'm willing to accept the way you view this. I know you're willing to accept the way that I view it. And so when you have those questions, isn't the best way to bring us to a conclusion about the questions we've got is to place some restrictions on top of it and start to understand and develop more information for us to be able to move forward? We do this a lot.
We do, but I would agree with you with the caveat, which I think is important and that the body understands, and it's part of the reason that I cannot accept this amendment, is that your supposition is correct in the absence of clearly defined harms. But that is part of this conversation, is that we know now. When we talked earlier about this isn't the first time this issue has come before the legislature. It's not the first time this issue has come before any legislature, but there has been an evolution over time with respect to the gender medicine experts used to come and assert to us that everything they did was completely and totally reversible and there were no permanent effects. And then they came later and they said, well, it's mostly reversible. And now we know today that it's completely irreversible. So these are things that are being done to children under the age of 18 that are irreversible, that will cause side effects, complications, and abnormalities that they will have to live with for the entirety of the rest of their life. And I just, unfortunately, respectfully, and I know you and I have talked about this a lot, and I love you like a brother, and I respect you tremendously, but I just don't think this is in the best interest of kids. So respectfully, that's kind of where I am.
Well, I think when we have questions, we should seek answers and not just say no. I appreciate where you're coming from on this, and I just wish we could get to a space where we could continue to understand this, and you use the word evolution, and see where this evolves to. I think that would be important for these families and these kids. Thank you.
I know. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for
Will
questions?
the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Representative Johnson, is your amendment an offer to this body of a less restrictive means to accomplish the same goals as stated by the bill author?
Yes.
Okay. And so what you're asking this body to do is to vote on a system, a slightly different system, which keeps a lot of the bill in place, which keeps a lot of the controls in place, but provide a less restrictive alternative in regulation to this issue. Is that correct?
Correct. This amendment keeps the entire surgical ban in place, and it keeps the vast majority of the ban in place, except in the rare severe circumstance where you have two medical professionals, two mental health professionals, in conjunction with the parents and the pediatrician and the oversight of an impartial state agency determining that this care is necessary to accomplish two goals, which is to treat severe gender dysphoria and limit self-harm of the child. That's the very narrow exception that you would be putting in place by adding this amendment.
And this amendment would still address all of the issues that the bill sponsor has laid out, that the bill sponsor says is a very compelling interest, and still addresses those same interests that they say is compelling, correct?
Absolutely. This amendment still allows every issue that your constituents have called you and told you they're concerned about, that you get to say, I took care of that issue, but I made sure that those Texas families in an exceptional position didn't have to leave this state.
And I've heard the bill sponsor say this a few times now, that there is, in his mind, there is no ability to tell what is a severe case and what is a mild case. Did you hear the same thing?
I did hear it, and we know gender dysphoria is a medical diagnosis that has a definition of 6 months. The reason, and look, this was in communication with the entire body. When we said, hey, I think too many people are getting this treatment, then we said, great, let's come up with severe. And severe means you can sit down with parents like Frank Gonzalez, and you have the opportunity for all of these professionals in a state agency to say, when did this start? Did it start as a teenager on social media? Or did it start as a toddler when they can walk into the store and pick the shoes that best represented their identity at the age of 3? This bill allows those families to be heard and medically treated.
And so what I take away from the bill sponsor's answer and that response is that there could be mild gender dysphoria, there could be higher levels of gender dysphoria. Would you agree with that?
No, and let me be clear about this. I think there is, as our community knows, as an LGBTQ community, most of you always know who you are, but there comes a point in time where you tell everybody else. And so gender dysphoria is when somebody knows who they are. What we're trying to recognize here in severe is to recognize those families who have been open, authentic, and their kids have a strong relationship with them, and they are asking for emotional, mental, and medical help. We are trying to find a path for those of you that have countlessly come and tried to knock on the doors of these members to say, I exist, my child exists, I love them, and we are doing everything that we can. Please don't shut us off from our doctors. Please don't shut us off from our state and our home.
And so the offering of this amendment, is there a recognition that there may be some cases that if 5 doctors agree to it and say these doctors agree to it, this child definitely needs this treatment, that this would provide that option?
Yes, if you adopt this amendment, it means some teenager can't go into a clinic and say, can you give me hormones? Because I've heard that concern, that hormones are handed out like Pez. This amendment eliminates any of that concern because you would have the child with their parent, with their pediatrician supervision, 2 medical professionals independently, 2 mental health care professionals independently, that then submit that file to an impartial board created by the state to say that in this circumstance, we believe that this is the best and only course to allow this child to be healthy and allow this family to remain in the state.
And finally, just saying the original bill before your offering of the amendment, a blanket ban would not be, what would we say, the least restrictive way to handle this?
A blanket ban is something we haven't done. We didn't do it for lobotomies. We didn't do it for opioids. I'm going to use those examples because that's what he used. He gave you the call to arms of why we needed to respond. But you didn't respond to any of that in the manner in which this bill would totally eliminate a population of Texans and their families.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, I want to pick up where Representative Wu left off. I mean, my concern is I'm sort of listening to a policy that's more like a because I said so policy. And I look at your amendment and it's, well, it doesn't have to be that way. Here's a very complicated path to treat, a very narrow population with severe gender dysphoria. And I'm just curious from your perspective. I mean, it's a pretty high bar.
It's the
Was there any?
highest.
Go ahead.
It's the highest. I mean, literally, think about it. What if I told you before you could take your kid to get a medical procedure that you had to go through 2 other doctors, 2 other mental health professionals, and a state agency? Nobody would reasonably sign up for that. And that's what I mean by this. The families that are saying we will do this, it is because they know they are going to have to rip their families apart. Either mom goes with one kid to one state and the other parent stays with the other kid so they can stay in high school, elementary school, or keep running their business. That is the dilemma that these families are facing. They are facing elimination from this state. And my worry is that this entire motivation is not based on good policy, but it's based on good politics.
And I'm also concerned, we've obviously, the complications of meeting this threshold, while it's been characterized as a lesser alternative, it's still pretty hard. When it comes to folks of limited means, economic means, folks that don't have reliable transportation, folks that may work between 9 and 5, it's hard for me as a working dad to make it to one doctor appointment for a well check. It seems to be really hard for me to have to do this 5 times. And was there any discussion about that, hey, that's a real consideration, Representative Johnson, we should be sensitive to that?
This lapel pin is actually an earring. And it's an earring that was made by a child who repeatedly comes to Austin to testify against this legislation session after session. These families have already been put through hell. They come at 24-hour notice for a public hearing, and they wait in line for a day just for the chance that they might be heard, and oftentimes they are not. They go everywhere to try to fight for the right for their kids to exist. They will do this. It is wrong for us to ask them to do it, but they will do it. And this is the compromise. This is the unbelievable compromise between the 2 groups that fill this gallery, to recognize that we're trying to hear both and we're trying not to eliminate one.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I think the most overused response on that microphone sometimes is, this is the stakeholders' proposal. This is the solution by the stakeholders. This has been vetted by the stakeholders. You're telling me that stakeholders have come together, not in an easy way, but they came together and said, this is something that could work, and it was just rejected outright?
This has been very fair conversations with my colleagues. This is through a course of honest dialogue with my colleagues on the other aisle to hear and address the concerns that you are worried about from your constituents, so that you can tell them you heard them and you acted in such a way that equally respects my constituents and those who are coming to me. It is, at best, our attempt to reach common ground and to find a way to have people to coexist, because I see this room, and I bet there are a lot of folks that have never talked to each other. And our job is to try to be the ones that can find the common ground.
The lady's time was expired. Ms. Johnson of Harrison's up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Show Ms. Click voting nay. Members, you will have time to vote from your desks. Have all voted? There being 58 ayes, 81 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
To our guests in the gallery, the chair would advise you that expressions of approval or disapproval are not advisable. The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this issue is an issue that I learned about from a close friend. When my oldest son was in elementary school, my dear friend, PTA president, came to me once on the school playground and said, I know we're invited to your son's birthday party. Her son and my son were best friends. But I need you to know something. My oldest has just come out as transgender. We wanted to come to the birthday party as a family. Is that okay? And she had tears in her eyes. And I said to her, of course, your whole family is always welcome in my home. She explained to me that her oldest, who she named for her father, from the time this child drew pictures, self-portraits, drew herself as a girl, born, identified as born when the child was born. This was their firstborn son, but always drew herself as a girl. And she struggled, and I saw this whole family struggle with this transition. And she also said to me, I feel safe in our community, but I don't know what this world has in store for my child, and I'm terrified. And so I know this is hard, this is something hard to understand, and I don't fully understand it. I think we're all learning here. And in fact, probably the medical science is evolving, and doctors and experts are learning as well. So what my amendment says is that this legislation will expire in 2026. There's a sunset clause, because what we are doing today is essentially the practice of medicine on the floor of the House. And things change, science evolves, and we owe it to these families and to ourselves to check back in and make sure this is still what we want to do. The stakes are very high, members. When we first came into session, I went out to dinner with my family, went to a Tex-Mex restaurant not far from here. I had a mother come to me and say, I have a transgender daughter. Do we need to leave Texas? I didn't know her. She grabbed my arm. I was with my family. And I saw the desperation in her eyes. And that's what's at stake. This is people's lives. And so I ask that we at least come back, revisit. We put sunset provisions on all sorts of legislation. For evolving medicine, we owe it to ourselves and to these families to do the same. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as my colleague stated, this is a sunset provision, so the law would automatically expire in 26. And I would just say respectfully, we change laws all the time in this body. And so I think this is unneeded.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
1 second, and let me
Not at
finish
this
my
time.
thought, and I'd be happy to. I don't believe this amendment is needed because ultimately, at the end of the day, if there was a reason to change the law, that's what we're here for. And we can do that anytime. if the science was to reverse itself yet again and suddenly point in a direction that this was actually causing less harm and doing more good, which is the opposite of where we are right now, we could pass a law and we could change the law. So I don't feel that it's necessary, and I would ask you to vote against the amendment with me, and I'm happy to yield to my colleague.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Oliverson, thank you for taking the question. Didn't you say, and while I disagree with the statement, haven't you said multiple times that the science of this is young and disproven?
I'm sorry, say that. Could you repeat the question?
So while I may disagree with the statement, did you not assert on multiple statements in your layout and in these bills that the science on the treatment of gender dysphoria is young, disproven, and lacks what you would consider more rigorous study? Is that true?
I think what I said, just to be clear, is that the science on gender dysphoria lacks sufficient high-quality evidence to document its benefit, and that there is a growing list of harms that are now well established and side effects that accompany a patient for life.
So thank you. So you did say it lacks evidence. Can I not interpret that as the knowledge on the science being young, immature at this point?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you would define as young. The original studies
okay, so
that
let me
were
get to the
published
point
on
that I'm
this
trying
were
to
published
make.
in the mid-90s.
Let me get to the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay.
If it is that you feel like we lack more rigorous study, why wouldn't you want to put in a mechanism where we would come back systematically and check up on what's happening?
Because I think it's unnecessary, Representative. Normally when we do sunsets, we're doing sunsets on state agencies for major programs. If there's a reason for us to be doing this today, which I argue that there is,
So
and then there became new information, and over time the law was no longer necessary, we can always repeal the law. We don't have to put a sunset on every single law that we pass. It's not necessary to sunset a law in order to repeal it.
So I'm going to assert in this next question that the Greater Medical Society disagrees with some of the statements that you are making over and over here, and saying that there's mounting evidence that it does more harm than good, when in fact the American Medical Association strongly in support of these types of care. So given that we're operating outside of the recommendations of a body of expertise, I don't understand why you would disagree with putting in a mechanism to ensure that we come back later and assess if we're actually doing more harm than good.
Respectfully, Representative, I don't think we are operating outside the body of expertise. So
well,
I know you disagree with that
you for taking
assertion,
my
and
questions.
reasonable people can disagree. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, yes, we could, without a sunset clause, come back and address this legislation later. But with respect to the body, we don't always focus on what we should focus on. This would force us to make a commitment today that on an issue of evolving science, evolving medicine that changes daily, that in just that let's give it a few years, 2026. My guess is there'll be all sorts of developments in science and medicine when it comes to this issue. Let's make a commitment today that we will revisit this issue and examine the science and the medicine to make sure we get it right. Move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, you will have time to vote from your desks. Have all voted? There being 57 ayes, 81 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as the bill sponsor has laid out repeatedly, this is meant to only affect minors who are unable to make their own decisions because they're not ready to make their own decisions. This legislation does not affect adults. So the legislation left off one very important group of people that should have been considered, and those are emancipated minors. And these are minors who have gone to court, and a court of law has decided that they should be free from the restraints of minority, and they should be able to make their own legal decisions. This bill has left them out. These are individuals that a court of law has decided that they have the full rights as an adult to make their own decisions, including health care, including contracting, including everything else that an adult is able to do. That's it. So it's very simple. If we are saying that this should not affect adults because they cannot make their own decisions, then we should adopt this amendment because emancipated minors are also able to make their own decisions. If we do not take this, then we will have people who will fall into a gap in this law.
Mr. Schaefer, for
The
what
gentleman yield for
purpose?
some questions.
Sure.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Wu, what age of an individual are you referring to?
I'm sorry?
What age are the individuals in your amendment referring to?
Age of individuals under 18 who have been emancipated by a court of law.
Okay, so what do you think a typical age would be?
Generally around 16 to 17 in my personal experience.
Okay. And you think they're able to make those medical decisions on their own?
Yes, a court of law has decided that they can make those decisions on their own, including contracting, including other decisions that we generally reserve for adulthood.
What about things like that they could do to their body, like smoking?
I don't know.
Well, we